عليكم السلام صابر، شلونك؟ شو اخبارك؟ انا الحمد لله صابر، الله يخليك. صابر اهم شيء صوتي ولا صوت اللعبة؟ من هذا المايك ما سماعة العادية.
In my younger years, I might have considered abseiling from the crane down to the ship, but those days are long past.
يعني هذا لما الحكي صوته اعلى لو صوتي؟ الصوت عالي.
Fine car, but nothing compared to the young lady who owns it. Amazing how much luggage there is for so few passengers, and I guess that 3/4 of it belongs to the women.
صار احسن شوي نصيته.
Who could she be? An actress? A millionaire's daughter? She's certainly attracting a lot of attention. I'll take an inconspicuous look up close.
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting anyone to be crawling around on the ground in front of my door.
Don't worry about it, miss. No harm done.
That's good to hear, Mr.
Zellner. Anton Jakob Zellner. May I ask your name?
Patricia Mayers.
Are you American?
I am. Could you help me, please?
Certainly.
على اساس مو شايفه، يعني مو شايفه هذا موظف ماكدونالدز اللي قدامها.
Are you on your way to Egypt?
Yes.
Are you on holiday?
My father
صابر
works for a
هالطريقة
railroad
عندكم
company there.
بإيجيبت.
And is rebuilding the country after the war. Wonderful.
Yes. Wonderful. One more.
You're lucky to have a father who takes you to so many interesting places.
Oh, yes. Lucky me.
Aren't you interested in Egypt? The pyramids, the history.
I would have been more interested in a father who doesn't travel 300 days a year.
I'm sure your father regrets that he can't always be with you.
No doubt. And I'm sure he always wanted the best for me. But that doesn't stop him from thinking only about himself far too often. Bring my luggage on board, please.
Excuse me?
It was a pleasure meeting you, Constable Zellner.
Impertinent. The sea is quiet today. Ideal conditions for a cruise. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to see the sights in Venice. Paperwork served up by my Italian colleagues took up most of the day. Constable Oliver seems to be a little simplistic. but I don't think he's a bad policeman. The way he reacted in the tunnel and got the train moving. Hats off.
بالضبط صابر، بس هي هنا الأحداث تقريبا بالخمسينات.
Hello, Constable Olivier.
It's Oliver.
Did Legrand tell you about his theory? That it could be the real Raven?
Of course he did. We're partners.
But the modus operandi doesn't fit at all. The Raven wasn't a bomber.
We have the letter. And the feather. That's his symbol.
Anyone can put a feather in an envelope.
You would know.
What's that supposed to mean?
It was you.
What was me?
You put the envelope on the safe.
To blow myself up?
You threw the bomb away, and now you're the famous hero, right? And the Raven must have paid you pretty well.
That is ridiculous.
Is it? Only you and I and Legrand were in the freight car. One of us must have put the envelope on the safe. Legrand didn't. And I didn't. Think about it.
يعني فوق ما هو شرطي فاشل جاي يتهمني.
I'll be marching up this gangway today, no matter what. Someone has to stop that damn bomber before he endangers more people.
صابر متابع كونان؟ الانمي المحقق كونان؟
I'll be marching up this gangway. Someone... Is the doctor afraid to board the ship?
بالضبط صابر. كايتو كيد.
Hello, Dr. Gebhardt.
Ah, the hero of the hour.
The hero of the hour, but out of work soon.
Oh, you won't be a policeman anymore?
Yes, but on my old beat, which is almost as good as being out of work.
I understand.
Is your new job bothering you?
On the contrary, I wasn't sure whether I made the right decision until now. I'm from the Black Forest, you know. There are only mountains there. No ships. But now... the salty breeze, the atmosphere... I think I want to stay at sea forever.
The sea is one thing, the passengers are another.
It will be okay.
What do you know about the Baroness?
Nothing really.
Did you talk to her in the tunnel?
No. Her butler was looking after her. And I was busy with Miss Miller. As you can imagine, it was a shock for her to see her son rolling away on a burning train.
That's understandable.
So, we were all glad when we heard about your brave deed.
Have you already met the captain?
Mario Di Conti. Heard of him?
Should I have?
He is something of a star in Italy. A war hero. In the First World War, when he was a young man, he sank more enemy ships than anyone else. In the Second World War, well, he had some
هذا جولدي روجر.
personal problems.
You mean like the ones you buy in bottles and pillboxes?
Yeah, you could say that. Anyway, sending him into combat was out of the question. They gave him a supply ship instead. And he became a hero again. His ship, part of a convoy from Palermo to North Africa, was the only one that made it. with an extra 100 seamen who he rescued from the other ships.
Impressive.
To say his health is rather shaky these days would be an understatement. I think most of my time on board will be spent dealing with his numerous ailments.
Well, there's nothing left for me to do but to wish you a good trip.
Oh, you are not coming with us?
Unfortunately, no. I'm to go back to Zurich.
What a pity.
Take care, Dr. Gebhardt.
Oh, I just remembered. We found these in the tunnel. Are they yours?
I'm afraid so.
Strophantine. Do you have heart problems? Maybe it's for the best that you're not coming along. Too much excitement could be bad for your health.
You mean if I don't do anything, I'll probably have a few more years to live?
That's right. Keep your chin up.
I don't want to run into Legrand before I have something new to report. Otherwise, he'll send me back to shore.
هذا أحداث ذكرني بأحداث سفينة الحفل التنكري اللي كل حضرها إلا كونان كان مشغول مع عصابة الرداء الأسود. وكان الحفل التنكري أصلا تابع للعصابة. يا أخي كونان أسطوري.
James? James! Where on earth are you?
Hello, Baroness.
Ah, Inspector.
Constable.
Poppycock. You won't be a constable much longer. When they find out how you rescued that little boy, they'll have to promote you to Inspector.
Very kind of you to say so, Baroness. I hope you survived the adventure in the tunnel unharmed.
Scandalous! You book a first-class cabin, and then you're walking on the rails. Huh. They wanted to bundle me off in a bus without my luggage.
The circumstances, madam.
I insisted on a limousine and didn't leave until all my luggage was recovered.
Did you know that the real Eye of the Sphinx wasn't even on the train?
I had no idea. Inspector Legrand seems to prefer to keep me in the dock, although I'm the one paying for all of this.
The inspector is ensuring the safety of the Eye.
Well, obviously. All the same, it was you who did the real work on the train.
I hope that the remainder of your trip to...
You aren't coming?
I'm afraid Inspector Legrand doesn't want my...
Now, where's my damn... James, there you are. Is the inspector to carry my luggage onto the ship?
Well... Baroness?
Baroness, can you hear me? She fainted.
No. No.
Baroness?
Again, harder.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Help me up.
Perhaps we should...
Now.
تحسه هيك عطاها الكف من قلبه.
Did Dr. Gebhardt.
No, Doctor. Just a little moment of weakness. Your arm, James. Take me to the ship.
But of course, madam.
That was no moment of weakness. She saw something that shocked her. Very interesting, especially since she doesn't want...
صابر هاي اللعبة قد عمرها يمكن فوق 10 سنوات والأداء صوته بيها يعني رهيب وحلو تسمعها ما تمل. وهاي اللعبة لو سولا سايد 10 سنوات أداء وجايبين هنود يأدون الأصوات.
Who or what did she see? Neither of them seems to have noticed what happened down here. You'll have a tough time with her. How does one get aboard without a ticket? Not brilliant, but it's a possibility.
صابرنا نتوقع لعبة سول سايد اسايد، لوست سول اسايد. حتى اسم اللعبة معقد. اشتغلوا على مبدأ طلع فلوس اللعبة وشكرا ولا تهتم بأي حاجة.
Oh, who do we have here? Signore...
This is Constable Anton Zellner.
Signore Zelna, I heard about your feats in the mountains. Welcome aboard the MS Lydia.
Thank you, Captain.
I didn't know you'd be taking part in the journey, but I'm glad to have you with us. I'll have a nice cabin prepared for you immediately.
The constable will not be joining us. He has other duties.
Oh, that's too bad. I would have loved to hear about his adventures from the man himself.
May I ask how to get to the cargo hold?
Oh, Signori, there are much nicer places on board.
But I'm interested in the cargo hold.
Why is that?
One of the trunks seems suspicious to me. Someone could be hidden in it.
You? You want to imply that the most brilliant and probably richest thief in all of Europe is stowing away in a trunk? That's not his style.
That's what makes it more likely that it's not him, but a copycat who's behind all this. And a copycat's style might include doing whatever it takes, like hiding in a trunk if they've lost the ticket.
Oh, come now.
Actually, it would be possible for a registered passenger to board the ship without a ticket.
What do you mean?
You can't buy a ticket for the Lydia at the counter. You book the trip in advance. We know the names of all the passengers. As long as a passenger is on the guest list, we let them board the ship. Doesn't matter if they have a ticket or not.
And did any of the passengers board without a ticket?
I couldn't say. We ask for a name and check it on the list. The tickets are no more than souvenirs for the passengers.
So much for your trunk theory.
Regardless of what you say, I would still like to examine the cargo hold.
All right then, if you like. But we'll meet here again in 10 minutes. Captain De Conti, before we depart, I'd like to send 2 telegrams.
Certainly, Inspector. The cargo hold is over there. You can enter through a door on the forecastle. The horn will sound twice, 5 minutes before we set off. That's the signal for all the dock workers to leave the ship.
Understood, Captain.
Follow me to the bridge. You can send your telegrams from there.
My time is running out. If I don't find anything in the cargo hold, my cruise will be over before it even begins. Oh no.
خلينا نخلص سوالف. بس هذا شيء خلينا فينا صوته. شو حاجة فازكم بس إنهم كانوا مرة حاملين إعلانات اللعبة. يعني من أيام الإعلانات أنا شاك باللعبة. لأن اللعبة عبارة عن فيجوالز وماكو جيم بلاي. الجيم بلاي عبارة عن ضغط مربعات. يعني اللي شفته ماكو أي تحدي بالجيم بلاي. توقعت يوم ما تكون لعبة مملة مكررة مثل أغلب الألعاب الحالية. يعني حتى لو مثلا ووتشانج لعبة عادية بس تقدر تقول بيها تحدي بالجيم بلاي. ممكن هي لعبة سولز لايك، ممكن يكون بيها جيم بلاي تحدي. بس هذه لوست سولا سايد لا جيم بلاي، لا تحدي، لا اداء صوتي، لا جرافيكس. هو هذا الشيء مثل لعبة ذا داي بيفور، اذا تتذكرها، لعبة الزومبي اللي اشتهرت. استغلال للتسويق. ميزانية اللعبة يصرفوها على التسويق، يشتغلون كم مقطع سينمائي، وما ينزلون جيم بلاي حقيقي للعبة، ويخلون الناس يوهموهم انه يشترون اللعبة قبل الاصدار والطلب المسبق، ويشتروها يلعبوها، يشوفون المشاكل، واغلبهم ما يقدرون يسوون ريفند. خاصة مثلا على منصة سوني ما تدعم الريفند اذا اللعبة ما عجبتك. ممكن اللي لعبوها على ستيم اقل من ساعتين قدروا يلحقون يسحبون اللعبة. بس حاليا لاعبين سوني اللي اشتروها تورطوا، يعني اللي هم واثقين من لعبتهم. هذا الديمو التعبان طبعا اللي نزلوه اصدار اللعبة المفروض ينزلوه قبل اسبوعين. اذا هم واثقين من لعبتهم مضبوطة وهيك حكيهم وثقتهم، ينزلون الديمو ويقولون يلا شو تحكون احكوا.
Oh, what's this? Aha. That's the young woman's cabriolet. Apparently they absolutely had to take it to Egypt, at Daddy's expense, of course.
صابر هذا التابوت اللي ديوخ تبى بيه.
Hello? Come on out. The game's up. I'm opening the trunk.
لا تتوهم اكو طبقة ثانية بالصندوق. هالحركات مرت علينا زمان.
I'm sure someone was in the trunk, but what? The shards are... Phew, I startled too easily.
أنا ماشي بشكله. الشخصية اللي ضربها ما شاف وجهه قبل، أو يمكن نفسه ذاك اللي كان بالقطار اللي يسموه قاطع تذاكر. صابر ما هو هذا الكسل كسل بالتطوير. أنا خلي ترجع الكهرباء. صابر أنا صورت الشاشة ورجعت شفته، شكله شاب عادي، وأتوقع إنه شفته قبل بالشابتر الأول، بس ما شفت وجهه يعني. كان لابس قبعة قاطع تذاكر مال القطار. والله صابر الكهرباء ما لها حل.
Ouch! Damned. Ah! It would be best if no one found out about this.
اجاني تروفي اسمه هوديني، على اساس سويت فكيت نفسي مثل الساحر هوديني.
There's some blood and hair stuck to the pipe. Hair I really can't afford to lose. I'll hold it on the blood-spattered end. After all, we already know who the victim is. A detention cell for crew members? Or maybe for rowdy passengers? cargo hold seems to be used as a changing room for the crew as well, or at least the part of the crew that doesn't do their work in white suits. The shot hit this crate. The question is, was the gunman actually trying to hit it? And if so, why? Maybe the gunman just wanted to intimidate me. I can't imagine a more effective warning. It's too dark to make out anything inside the hole. I should take a closer look later.
اقول لك صابر صوت التروفي او شكل التروفي يطلع عندك
A
بالشاشة.
chair is the last thing I need right now. I was
لو
sitting long
لا
enough
صوت
over there
ولا
in the
صورة
corner.
للتروفيات.
I can make out a corridor, but no details. The glass is too dirty, and there's no light in there. It's no use. The door seems to be locked from the other side.
يعني ما تدري شلون يحاسبين التروفيات، يعني معلومات حساسة لازم ما تطلع بالبث.
Rear pressure bulkheads usually only open from... So if a room were flooded, a drowning sailor wouldn't be able to open the bulkhead and endanger the whole ship. Unfortunately, I'm on the side without the locking mechanism.
صابر اتوقع على السوني 4 تقدر تختار ان التروفي يكون ظاهر او لا، بس على حساب انه الرسائل تكون ظاهرة اتوقع. بس المشكلة يظل التغبيش على المكان يغطي الشاشة. بس هماتين بالسوني 4 اكو ميزة التعليقات على الشاشة والصورة الثابتة. يعني هاي شغلة كنت احاول اسويها بس طلع ما اقدر على سوني 5.
It's already dark outside. How long have I don't see anyone. Should I call for help? But what if whoever knocked me out is still around? Or even the gunman? Whoever locked the door is stronger than... Whoever locked the... I should be careful. The gunman may still be nearby.
What are you up to, Zelda?
I wanted to determine whether the gun had been fired recently, Inspector.
I mean, what are you doing on the ship?
I was jumped in the cargo hold.
Of course you were.
Here, look. Careful how you hold it. There could be fingerprints on the end.
Surely you don't expect me to believe you.
They didn't just knock me out. They shot at me as well.
Someone shot at you while you were unconscious? Our mysterious guest doesn't just like to travel in chests of clothes. He's also the worst marksman in the world.
Seems he wasn't aiming at me. And maybe it was a different man who fired the shot.
Ridiculous. You wanted to come along. Orders be damned, and so you found a way to stay here. I should throw you overboard.
I would have dreamed up something less painful.
True. That doesn't look good.
See? And there's a bullet wedged in a wooden crate down there. I don't have a gun.
The doctor should have a look at it. Come with me.
Inspector Legrand and Constable Zelna. So you have decided to join us on our journey after all?
So it would seem. We are searching for Dr. Gebhardt.
I'm just fine, Captain Conti.
The Conti.
I'm in control. I can manage. Tell James he absolutely must wake me at 9:45.
Certainly, madam.
Absolutely.
I shall see that he does.
And now I shall return to my
هو
chamber.
برنامج المونتاج اللي موجود على سوني هل هو عملي
You'll be
وسهل
in the
ولا لا؟
bar tonight at 10.
والله صابر
Inspector.
من أفضل
If that's
يعني
what you wish.
It will be spectacular.
برنامج مونتاج تقدر تعتمد عليه
I
بالكامل.
promise.
يخليك تحط أي صوت تريده وينطيك الجودة اللي تريدها، الصيغة اللي تريدها، والكتابة اللي تريدها.
Not quite voluntarily.
So he said.
يعني مرة جربت أسوي عليه هيك مقطع رهيب.
But no, that is...
Dr. Gebhardt should have a look at him, Captain De Conti.
Of course. Please, have a seat in the saloon, Constable Zelna.
تقدر حتى تصور مثلا تصور فيس كام وتدمجها بالكامل داخل برنامج المونتاج بدون أي مشاكل، ويعطيك قالب جاهز للفيس كام.
Sit down, please.
Now, please, tell me exactly what happened.
I think you've got a stowaway on board. I was jumped.
Intolerable. I'll have the crew search every nook and cranny of the ship. And of course, Mr. Zelna, you are cordially invited to travel as our special guest.
Good to know that at least one man doesn't want to throw me overboard.
Is it bad?
Yes, it hurts a lot.
I spoke with Dr. Gebhardt.
He suffered a violent blow to the back of the head. I cannot really say how bad it is.
But I can. It really hurts.
بس هو برنامج المونتاج يعني هو مو مشكلة كبيرة، إنه هذا شيء محكوم بالسوني مثلا، إنه إذا تريد تحط مؤثرات صوتية زيادة أو أصوات زيادة لازم تنقلهن شو يسموه البي USB، احنا نسميه فلاش ميموري او USB كارد. لا هو معطيك مثلا الR1 والL1 تقدر تتحكم فريم فريم، يعني اذا المقطع اللي مسجله 60 فريم اذا تضغط R1 يمشي 1 من 60 فريم، او اذا 30 فريم يمشي 1 من 30 فريم. تقدر تسوي فصل للصوت أماتين عن الفيديو، تتحكم بالصوت بشكل مختلف عن الفيديو، يعني بيه كل الأشياء المهمة. تقدر تتحكم بالتاتش باد، التاتش باد يكون مثل التايم لاين، تتحكم بيه بالتاتش باد بشكل سلس، أو الأسهم على حسب ثانية ثانية. وحتى اكو ميزه شفتها لما تسوي سلو موشن المقطع مثلا المقطع 60 فريم، اذا اسوي له سلو موشن يسوي له توليد اطارات، يبقى المقطع سلو موشن 60 فريم. يعني مبين انه البرنامج المونتاج متعوب عليه وبدون تضحيات.
Where are we? And what time is it? I must have been out for ages.
It's just after 8 p.m.
You just missed dinner. But we'll all meet here in the saloon at 10 o'clock to have a drink together. Greeting the passengers personally is a tradition I will not break, even on this unusual journey.
How many fingers do you see?
Three fingers.
Okay.
Why didn't anyone come looking for me? Didn't anyone notice that I didn't come back from the cargo hold?
We did search for you, but we couldn't find you.
Who was supposed to search the cargo hold?
Constable Oliver. I'll have a talk with him about that later.
I should hope so.
You're all right now, Constable. The bleeding has stopped, and the wound looks good. You may have a mild concussion. You just need a good night's sleep. And tomorrow, your only worries will be a headache and an impressive bump.
Thanks.
That's a good enough reason to celebrate. Enough about crooks and thieves. From now on, you can start to enjoy your free cruise.
Inspector!
What?
A dark shadow. Upper deck, just now.
Go, let's have a look.
I'll join you.
Me too.
No, you stay here.
Do you want to make this an argument?
Robert, go to the Baroness and don't let her out of your sight. Zellner, you're coming to the port side. Doctor, you go to starboard. I'll start at the forecastle and work my way back to the two of you. Understood?
But...
Baroness von Trebitz. Hello? Baroness von Trebitz.
طبعا هي المشكلة سوني
Open the
بنفسه
door.
محدود، لا متصفح ولا أشياء مفيدة، خاصة سوني 5. فلما تحاول تنقل أشياء بتاخذها لازم تنقل بالفلاشة كل شيء تحتاجه، وهذا شيء كلش بطيء. فما أدري ليش سوني جاي سوى الحركات.
Dr. Gebhardt insisted on coming along, but now he doesn't seem to be sure if that was a good idea. Are you okay, Doctor?
Oh, it's just that I would prefer to come with
You heard the inspector. All right, Doc. I'm off.
Oh no, I'm not going on a manhunt all by myself. Are you okay? Maybe you had better take a rest, in case the blow was more severe.
I'm okay.
Zellner, up here!
Come on. I think it came from up there.
Sure, you just wanted to get a breath of fresh air. Zellner, look who we have here.
Well, if that's not our shadow.
And our stowaway.
Spent any time hiding in a trunk recently?
Me do nothing.
He claims to be part of the crew. Just wanted to get some fresh air.
Of course.
The Baroness won't open the door, sir.
Understood. Take him to the detention cell, Robert. You were right. There was a stowaway.
Yes, but he can't be the Raven. He's...
Right, but that doesn't mean that the Raven isn't lurking here.
What was that?
A shot!
It came from one of the cabins.
Oh no! Baroness von Trebitz? Baroness! Open the door!
Step aside, please.
We have a murder on our hands, gentlemen. Hurry, Zellner. The murderer still has to be nearby. There's practically no one on deck. Anyone who's outside is a suspect. This time, we'll get him. Zellner, are you okay?
Yes. Come on. We have to.
Zellner? Zellner! Murder!
They're all dead.
Ah, you awake? Sleep well, did you?
Save your breath. What's the status of the investigation?
Don't take that tone with me. While you were sleeping, we were working.
What's the state of play? How was the Baroness killed?
The Baroness was shot in the chest at close range. We'll know more once the doc finishes examining the body in the medical centre.
And no one saw anything suspicious?
No one saw a shadowy raven leaving the Baroness's cabin, if that's what you mean. A lot of people heard the gunshot. Inspector Legrand wants to question the passengers again this morning, once they've all calmed down, and he's had a chance to examine the evidence.
I suppose that you and Legrand inspected the crime scene and the surroundings.
Of course, and we already hit the jackpot. The murder weapon.
Really? Where did you find it?
On the gangway. The gangway for boarding the ship folds up and hooks onto the hull when it's not being used. The murderer probably wanted to throw the gun into the sea. He casually dropped it overboard.
But it landed on the gangway.
Bad luck.
But Legrand and I were on the side deck right after the shot. There was no one there.
Maybe the murderer threw the gun away later. We recovered it in the early hours.
Have you arrested anyone yet?
You mean besides the Arab?
He could hardly have committed the murder. You must have been with him when it happened.
We heard the shot on the forecastle. I locked our friend in the detention cell in the cargo hold, and then went up to assist Legrand. You were already sleeping the sleep of the just.
Any other suspects?
No. Seconds after the alarm went off, the decks were swarming with frightened passengers.
Yes. A clever way to stay incognito during the commotion.
But we still have our primary suspect, the Raven.
You really think he's returned?
Well, I think that no one knows as much about the Raven as Legrand.
But still, it all seems so incredible.
جيني ليكلو. خلنا نشوف اللعبة. هو اي كلو. صابر اللعبة هاي مو موجودة، ممكن محظورة على محظورة من الستور السعودي والإماراتي. أو السبيلنج مال اللعبة غلط عندك. ليكلو لو آي كلو. آيك موك.
I didn't pass out last night because of the blow to my head, did I?
Seems unlikely.
إذا موجودة فعلى الأغلب محظورة.
But how? The champagne.
وإذا مو موجودة فواضح مو موجودة.
Captain
Di Conti.
Interesting.
It should be possible to find traces of the tranquilizer in the glass. About the champagne, shouldn't it be possible to find traces of the tranquilizer in the glass?
That is exactly what Legrand is trying to do.
Without a laboratory?
Oh, he's got a lab. His cabin is packed with all the latest forensic stuff. It's quite impressive what the inspector can do.
A competent man, no doubt. And surprisingly well prepared.
And diligent. He's been at it all night with his brushes and tinctures and glasses and everything. Working like a man possessed. I wouldn't want to be the Raven now.
I think I'll look for Inspector Legrand now.
Do what you think's best.
You won't get rid of me. I'm here to stay, Constable Oliver.
Be that as it may, Inspector Legrand ordered me to guard the cargo hold with our special guest. That's fine by me. Inspector Legrand may be able to get by without sleep for days on end, but not me. It's not easy playing with the big boys, Constable Zellner.
No, it certainly isn't. The cabin was sealed. I'm pretty sure the seal doesn't have any legal relevance here on the open sea, but I'm still dependent on Legrand letting me join his team. I better not blow it by breaking his seal with... I better ask Legrand for... My investigations would be much more difficult if he were upset with me because of... An antique wooden globe. If Galileo hadn't asserted himself back then, this would be a flat disk now.
صابر اللعبة إذا موجودة على سوني 4 يعني موجودة على سوني 5. أقدر ألعب نسخة سوني 4 طبيعي، بس هي أصلا اللعبة أصلا مو موجودة، أو احتمال محظورة على الستور السعودي أو ممنوعة على الستور السعودي والإماراتي.
The globe nicely shows that 4/5 of the Earth's surface is covered by water. Looking out the window, I'd call that an
وإذا تقدر
understatement.
تتأكد من اسمها، احتمال الاسم مو صحيح.
How wonderful. Sunshine and a blue sky above the Mediterranean Sea. It would be a perfect cruise day, if not for the murder.
صابر ما فهمت سؤالك، بس كل الألعاب الموجودة على سوني 4 سواء يعني ما لها نسخة سوني 5 أو إلها نسخة سوني 5 أقدر ألعبها على السوني 5. يعني المنصة سوني 4 ما لها علاقة إنه ما أقدر ألعبها على سوني 5.
The ship must have been rebuilt at some point. I'm sure it didn't originally have such a modern glass roof. Big, soft towels. I could reserve a deck chair with it. No, better not. Did Edison have any idea what would become of his invention? These things made quite a racket last night. I couldn't hear myself think. I'd really like to lie in the sun and take a nap, but I don't have time for that at the moment.
اي صابر عندهم هاي الحركة.
No, Jacob. Business before pleasure.
بس هاي الحركة ما تسويها سوني بشكل مباشر. يعني ممكن تكون الشركة بنفسها مثل يوبي سوفت عندهم لعبة شو اسمها ذا كرو الجزء الأول، حتى لو أنت مشتريها ما تقدر ترجع تحملها لأن اللعبة مسحوها من الستور، بس مو سوني اللي مسحتها. بس اللعبة إذا أنت محملها على السوني وانمسحت من الستور لازم تبقى موجودة على السوني. إذا مسحتها ما تقدر ترجع تحملها. مثل طبعا ديمو بيتي اللي حملوه سنة 2014 على السوني 4 لحد الآن موجود على السوني وشغال. بس إذا مسح الديمو أو صار فورمات للسوني 4 كل شيء يروح، لا تقدر تلعب الديمو ولا شيء بعد. وجت فترة من 2014 لحد 2019 السوني 4 اللي بيه ديمو بيتي ينباع بأسعار خيالية. لأن ماكو أي طريقة تلعب الديمو إلا من خلال سوني محمل عليه الديمو. بس طبعا سنة 2019
One can easily toss a gun into the sea from almost anywhere on the ship without being noticed, and yet the murderer chose the one spot where it's not actually possible.
والله ما ادري صابر، راح احاول ابحث عنها. المهم سنة 2019 تهكر السوني 4 او 2018 السوني 4 تهكر وصار ممكن تحميل اي ملف للعبة على السوني، وبعدها صار السوني المهكر سوني 4 المهكر تقدر تلعب عليه ديمو بيتي بشكل طبيعي. ما صار بعد احد يشتري سوني 4 اللي بالديمو باسعار عالية، لان ممكن تشتري سوني مهكر وتحمل الديمو ببلاش.
The gangway is hard to miss. Why did the murderer drop the gun on the gangway? They must have noticed their mistake, even if their back was to the sea. So, why didn't they take the gun and throw it a few meters farther into the sea? I suppose the life jackets are stowed there. I hope I don't find myself needing a life.
لا صابر، هي مو قرصنة. قصدي انه اذا شخص حمل الديمو وما مسحه صار باقي عنده الديمو، والسوني 4 صار عنده شيء كنز يعني يعتبر. تقدر ترجع تشوف اسعار السوني 4 على الاي باي اللي بيها. تقدر ترجع بالاي باي، موقع اي باي اذا تعرفه، وتكتب سوني 4 بلاي ستيشن 4 ديمو بي تي سنة مثلا 2016 او 2017 وتشوف الاسعار لهذاك الديمو.
Salty sea air in my old lungs, wind in my thinning hair. If I hadn't become a policeman, I could have been a sailor. I wonder if this game is an advanced version of bocce. Maybe the inventor realized that it's difficult to play ball games on a boat and came up with an alternative. Constable Oliver brought something to drink. You can tell it's not the first time he's had to guard something. The bottle should be full of water, unless the good constable happens to have a secret alcohol problem. No way to verify that. I can't get the bottle without him noticing. The bottle should be full of water. No way. The stowaway surely didn't sleep well last night in the cargo hold, although his cell is probably more comfortable than my cabin, and more spacious.
بالضبط صابر. او السكاكين اللي بلعبة CSGO.
I have to talk to the young fellow right away. Even though he was already under arrest at the time of the shot, he may have noticed something before. If I want to get into the cargo hold, I'll have to get rid of the constable first. He won't let me talk to our young friend. I have to, even if I want, he won't let me. It may not seem like it, but Constable Oliver is actually a very effective watchman.
What's going on?
The Raven just flew by.
What?
Or at least, he might as well have.
I wasn't asleep.
I understand. It was just a ruse. What do you think? What happened here last night?
The Raven broke into the Baroness's cabin, she surprised him, and he shot her.
What was he looking for in her cabin?
She was a rich woman.
Why did he lock the door?
Why not?
From inside? An impressive trick.
I'm not saying I know how he did it. I'm just saying that it was him.
Why didn't he leave a raven feather?
Are you serious? We'd have suspected him straight away.
But fortunately, we still did. Any conclusions about a young stowaway?
He's a bit suspicious, foreign and whatnot.
I see. Did he act suspiciously in any way?
No. The shot surprised him as much as it did me. Looked in on him earlier. Still seems to be asleep.
Covered with a blanket from head to toe?
Ah, he's still in there. I poked him.
May I go downstairs and have a couple of words with our guest?
No, you may not.
Come again?
Inspector Legrand wants to conduct all the interrogations himself.
I'm sure he'll understand if I form my own conclusions.
He ordered me to guard the door, and that's just what I'm gonna do.
How about a bit of individual initiative?
How about letting a man do his job? Or do you think you'd be better at it?
Let's assume that the old Raven really has returned and that he really is responsible for all this. Who is he? Or she?
Oh, could be anyone. No one's ever seen the Raven.
He could also be paying someone else to do his dirty work.
Well, of course. It's a fact that he used to work with partners. They even arrested some of his accomplices.
But no one could ever identify the Raven himself. Some claims that they didn't even know that they were working for him. Fascinating. He could have hired someone with financial difficulties to set off the alarm at a certain time without that person knowing why they were doing it.
The man Legrand shot back then, he was a famous safecracker. He could just as well have been a henchman.
Or the real Raven. There's probably no better cover for a big thief than acting like a small one. I don't want to keep you from your duties any longer.
Good idea.
He won't let me talk to our young friend. He respects Legrand far too much to disobey his orders. If I want to get into the cargo hold, I'll have to get... The bottle should be full of water, unless the good No. I have even if I... He won't...
ليش الناس تشتري أشياء رقمية عبارة عن وحدات وأصفار يقومون يشترون ملايين هذه الدرجة عندهم أول سنة اقتناء والتجميع ونفس الموضوع ينطبق على العملات الرقمية معترفين يتم تحديد قيمتها. شوف هي القيمة الناس تحددها الطلب، يعني جت فترة الأشياء اللي ما لها قيمة صار لها قيمة، يعني مثل سالفة ال NFT، يعني صور رقمية ما لها قيمة صار أسعارها بالملايين، لما انباعت والناس احتفظوا بها فجأة صار قيمتها صفر. ليش؟ انتهى الطلب، ما حد صار يطلب الشغلة قل صار قيمتها صفر. نفس الشيء العملات الرقمية، هذا الطلب الوهمي هو اللي ينطيها قيمتها. يعني حاليا الشيء الوحيد اللي يخلي البيتكوين له قيمة هو الطلب الوهمي. بس اكو اشياء رقمية ممكن تكون قيمتها شبه حقيقية، يعني مثل ما قلت سكاكين CS GO او سكنات اسلحة CS GO، لان هاي الشغلة معروفة انه اولا عليها طلب حقيقي، ثانيا الشغلة يعني لما تبيعها وتشتري اكو شخص طرف وسيط بيناتكم، ثانيا قيمتها تتحدد من ندرتها، انه انت ما تقدر اي شخص يصنع سكن ويبيعها مثل ال NFT، اي شخص ممكن يصنع صورة ويبيعها بملايين، بس السكنات النادرة حتى لو تصرف مثلا 20,000 دولار على مود تحصل شغلة معينة ممكن ما تحصلها. بس هذا الشيء يدخل بالقمار طبعا، انت يوم تدخل حالك بالقمار او تشتريها بشكل مباشر، بحالتين قيمتها غالية.
We were here yesterday when we heard the shot, and it was also here where Legrand caught our stowaway.
بس طبعا ماكو شيء مثل الايتمات الايتم او الغرض اللي يكون حقيقي. يعني مثلا عندك شغلة اللي أنا وقت نعرفها، مثلا عندك كروت يوغي الحقيقية، أو كروت لعبة ماجيك أو بوكيمون. هاي الأشياء إلها قيمة حقيقية، لأن هي أصلا شيء نادر وما يمكن استبداله بأي شكل من الأشكال. يعني عندك مثل بطاقة تنين بلو ايز وايت دراجون، اللي هي الطبعة الأولى اللي انطبعت سنة ما أدري يمكن 2002، اللي الطريقة الوحيدة اللي تحصلها من خلال فتح باكجات للبطاقة الحقيقية، وشي كلش نادر انك تحصلها. وبعد ما تحصلها لازم تقيمها، اكو شركات تقييم، وبعد ما تقيمها ممكن البطاقة بها عيوب وما تكون بقيمة حقيقية. وطبعا تعرف ايش قد سعر الصندوق او العلبة اللي بيها باكجات يوغي، اللي داخلها هاي البطاقة تنين الابيض ازرق العينين. اذا ما تعرف بيها راح تتفاجئ، يعني راح تقول شلون هيك شغلة الناس تشتريها بشكل مو طبيعي. صابر، يعني حاليا البيتكوين قيمته حاليا بسبب الطلب، مو بسبب قيمة معنوية. الطلب يعني الشغلة يا اما يكون يعني الذهب مو غالي لان الطلب عليه قوي، الذهب غالي لان هو يمثل الاقتصاد. يعني الذهب حتى لو نكتشف مخزون للذهب يغطي كل شيء راح يكون غالي، لان اي دولة راح تكتشفها راح تسوي له احتكار، وما راح يكون متوفر بشكل قوي، وما راح يخفض من قيمته بالسوق. بس البيتكوين راح يجي يوم الطلب يخلص، الناس يحتفظون بالبيتكوين، تقل قيمته، وراح يرجع شيء تافه، لأن ما له أي غطاء حقيقي لا بالاقتصاد ولا بالتداول. عندك بطاقة لستر سولدر تتباع بقيمة 3 مليون دولار. صابر، هاي البطاقة اللي تقصدها، هاي البطاقة تصير one off، يعني طابعة واحدة وصارت جائزة البطولة عالمية، وهاي قيمتها لأن هي جائزة. بس هي مثلا اللستر سولجر اللي تحصلها من الباكجات، وتكون طبعا نادرة هي تحصلها إذا تشتري الباكج، يعني قيمتها بسيطة، يعني ما تتجاوز مئات الدولارات. بس عندك هي هاي أندر بطاقة حاليا والكل يطلبها، اللي هي بلو ايز وايت دراجون. وهاي طبعا سعر الباكج الواحد اللي يسموه الباك، داخله 6 أو 7 بطاقات، سعرها $300. وسعر الصندوق كامل اللي داخله 20 يمكن 20 باكج، سعر الصندوق 4000 أو $5000. واكو ناس على اليوتيوب يشتروه يفتحوه وما يحصلون البطاقة النادرة. بس اكو واحد على اليوتيوب حصلها مرتين، واليوتيوب كامل كله اذا تدور الناس اللي يفتحون باكجات ما حصلوا، بس يمكن 5 مرات حصلوا هاي البطاقة. وواحد منهم حصلها مرتين، وبالمرتين ما قدر يحصلها تقييم كامل، لأن إذا البطاقة تقيمت تقييم كامل بدون أي خطأ أو خدش أو خلل بالطباعة ممكن يصير سعرها $5000. لا صابر، البيتكوين ينتقل من محفظة إلكترونية لمحفظة إلكترونية بدون أي وسيط، بس هذه عملية الانتقال تتم من خلال كمبيوترات وسيطة، الكمبيوترات الوسيطة اللي هي نفسها الكمبيوترات اللي تسوي مايننج، اللي تسوي شو يسمون المايننج بالعربي؟ نسيت الكلمة بالعربي. تنجيم؟ لا مو تنجيم، تنقيب يمكن. المهم الكمبيوترات الشخص اللي يسوي مايننج، تعدين بالضبط، اللي يسوي تعدين هو اللي يسوي تعدين، هو اللي يسوي رندر للعمليات الحسابية اللي خاصة بنقل عملة من محفظة إلى محفظة، وبمقابل عملية النقل وفك تشفير عملية النقل بشكل كامل يحصل مثل الجائزة اللي هي تكون يسموها فراغمنت أو شيء معين. فبالبداية البيتكوين مثلا عملية نقل أول بيتكوين من محفظة إلى محفظة كانت تنطي كمية بيتكوين عالية، وكل عملية نقل مثلا شخص حصل أول بيتكوين، هو صنع البيتكوين، لما نقله المحفظة الثانية أخذ جزء عالي من البيتكوين، فصنع بيتكوين ثاني جائزة، فصار مثلا نقول بيتكوينين. المرة الثانية هاي البيتكوين لما تنتقل لشخص ثاني بالضبط صابر. هي اصلا اي عملية فتح باكجات هي قمار، يعني شيء مو شرعي. انا لهالسبب ما احب لعبة، هي مو عملية، اذا كانت مجانية مثل يوغي ماستر دول، اذا كانت مجانية طبيعي، حتى لو تعتمد على الحظ او شيء، هذا كله معطول مجاني وبتعبك ما يعتبر قمار. بس عندك لعبة فيفا اللي هي قمة القمار. المهم عملية نقل البيتكوين راح تحصل من خلالها على بيتكوين جديد، وبالمستقبل راح نوصل مرحلة، بس هي ما راح نوصلها، لأن كل ما يزيد البيتكوين كل ما قل عملية تحصيل الجائزة. مثلا مرة حصلت بيتكوين، ثاني مرة نصف بيتكوين، ثالث مرة ربع بيتكوين، كل مرة تقل القيمة، كل عملية نقل وكل عملية اكتشاف بيتكوين جديد من خلال عملية نقل البيتكوين راح توصل مرحلة انه تحصل اجزاء الى اصفار ما لا نهائية، بس عمره ما راح يوصل هذا الرقم الى اكتشاف كامل مخزون البيتكوين. ولهالسبب البيتكوين يزيد كل ما يتم اكتشاف من عنده اكثر، بس راح يوصل مرحلة انه عملية تنقيب البيتكوين ما لها اي قيمة مجزية، وبالنهاية انخفاض قيمة البيتكوين وما حد يفكر يشتري ويبيع بالبيتكوين. بس احنا اذن عندنا 5 دقائق اصلي وارجع. باك. الله يتقبل من الجميع صابر.
Why is there an axe hanging here? I suppose it's for chopping through ropes in the event that the lifeboats can't be lowered. Or they use it to enforce who's allowed on the boat and who's not. The ship's bridge. 2 men. One of them navigating. I get the impression that the officers keep things running. It seems like the captain concentrates on the passengers and the bar. I better let the men do their work. If one of them had detected something yesterday, he'd already have informed Legrand or the captain. There's dirt piled up in the corner. Down below where the passengers are, the ship is pretty clean. But the crew doesn't seem to care as much up here. A boat like this would also make a good hideout for a stowaway. Were the tarpaulins arranged like that on purpose so that no one could put them back in order once they get in? You can tell at a glance that everything is ship-shape with this boat.
صوت اللعبة منخفض. أنا عندي عالي بسماعة. راح أرفع كل شيء درجتين. صار عندي كل شيء عالي فخفض صوت من الإعدادات. بس شلون صوت اللعبة؟ إذا صوت الشخصية أعلى من شخصيتي أو أنا أخليه يحكي.
The grate must be part of the ship's ventilation system. Nothing out of the ordinary. The grate shouldn't be so easy to open. Did the stowaway open it and we caught him in the act? No. The pipe is too narrow. He wouldn't fit in there. I guess the cover has been defective for a while. I could inform the captain that the grid has to be repaired, but if I start reporting all the problems on the ship, I'd have to shelve my murder investigation. This isn't a panoramic deck for visitors. There are pipes, steel cables, chains up here. You can smell the smoke from the funnel. I have no idea how the ship works, and I really don't care, as long as it stays afloat.
المشكلة صابر عندي ما يبين صوت اللعبة. أنا المهم أسمع عندي عالي، بس مو عالي كلش. فأعرف إنه بالبث موزون. وهمتين أشغل على التليفون.
An alarm like this one was set off yesterday. This one hasn't been set off. The security seal is intact.
صابر انا هاي اللعبة مال اندي بندي ذا انك ما ادري شو اسمها، ما متابعها لان منتظر حسان يلعبها، وحسان ما ادري ليش ما جاي يلتفت لها.
I'm not paying for this trip, and that's a fair price for my cabin. It's rather plain, shall we say. An evacuation plan, and some tips from the doctor for avoiding seasickness, sunburn, and the like. And here, a schedule of activities. A drink with the captain, a shuffleboard competition on the forecastle. That's about it. A real barrel of... A model of the Lydia before it was rebuilt. It used to be a freighter. The wide hallways, the cabins, and the saloon were added later. A pitiful attempt to make the interior of the ship. A bit of paint on the walls would have helped more, especially since a plant won't survive long. There are little stones in the flower. Not only does the poor plant have to make do without sunlight, really? What am I supposed to do with stones? Although, sooner or later...
شوف هي المشكلة يا صابر، حسان عنده مشكلة صعوبة شراء الألعاب، يعني حتى لو يقدر يشتريها ستيم مرات يمنعه بسبب المكان اللي عايش فيه.
That is Legrand's cabin.
Come in. Ah, Zellner, are you ready?
Good morning, Inspector Legrand. My head is pounding, but I think I'm okay.
Chloral hydrate.
Hmm?
That's why you have a headache. I found traces of it in your champagne glass.
وصابر حتى سلسلة FNAF الأجزاء القديمة، أجزاء الكلاسيك، ممكن يخلص كل جزئين ببث واحد، ممكن حتى يلعبهم ببلاش لأن هي موجودات بكل مكان، بس الأفضل ياخذها من الأصليات الأجزاء القديمة حتى ما يواجه مشاكل. حسان إذا يلعب FNAF الأجزاء القديمة راح يكون أكثر بث صرخات. والله اللعبة فناف سوت عندي مناعة من الجمب سكيرز. متابعها صابر الأجزاء مالتها أو لاعبهم؟
Are you sure that there's no bomb inside this time?
Professor Lucien locked it in front of an audience, and it will be opened for the first time in Cairo.
Let's hope so.
It would take hours to crack it, and you'd need heavy machinery.
Or the keys.
Or the 3 keys, that's right.
What have you found out so far?
The Baroness was shot in the chest at close range. We heard the shot. The murderer quickly fled the cabin and dropped the murder weapon over the railing later. A simple story so far.
But why was her cabin door locked?
Exactly. If the murderer wanted to make it seem like a suicide, he'd have shot her in the head and left the gun at the crime scene.
And if it was murder, why did he go to all the trouble of locking the door from inside? And how did he manage?
Especially since we arrived just a few seconds later and didn't see any...
Something doesn't make sense here.
No, it doesn't, and it's driving...
صابر أنا عندي خاصة الجزء الثالث والسادس. الجزئين الوحيدين اللي ما قدرت أكملهم بشكل كامل. يعني الثالث كل تفاصيله مرعب، رغم انه هو انيماترونيك واحد، بس الحركة لما تنقل الشاشة حتى تشوف البوابة أنا عندي صرع مو طبيعي. الجزء الرابع استمتعت فيه يعني هو يعتمد على الصوت، بمجرد تسمع الصوت وتعرف انه راح تجي الفجعة. والسادس هماتين مثل الثالث، الصوت عالي، صوت المراوح، صوت المحيط كلش عالي، وصوت الكمبيوتر لازم تطفي كل الأصوات وتنتبه لأصوات فتحات التهوية. فتحات التهوية يعني صرع مو طبيعي، ما أتحمله. صبروا حلو. الأجزاء القديمة تشتغل على أي كمبيوتر، يعني هي أصلا لعبة 2D تقريبا، فتقدر تلعبهم بدون أي مشاكل على أي كمبيوتر. وأنا لعبتهم هي الأجزاء أتذكر وقتها 2013 كان اللابتوب عندي شوية جديد فقدرت أشغلهم. هو مو اسم رينج تراب بحد ذاته، انما المكان اللي باللعبة والطريقة اللي انه لما تلف الكاميرا وتحاول تشوف سبرينج تراب عند البوابة، هاي الحركة أنا ما أتحملها، يعني مشكلة. نفس الشيء بالجزء السادس لما تلف الكاميرا على ما تركز بفتحة التهوية، تشوف فتحة التهوية اليسار تصير الفتحة اللي على اليمين وراك أو خلفك، تسمع صوت خلفك تندار تجيك جمب سكير أبدا مو متوقعة. بالضبط. هو الجزء الثالث المطعم اللي هم بيه هم مصممين حتى يكون مثل بيت رعب، ويكون مكان يعني فوق ما هو مو مجرد مكان متهالك طبيعي بأشياء غريبة، لأنه هو مصمم حتى يكون هيك بهالشكل.
Did you find the murder weapon?
On the gangway on the side of the ship. I suspect the murderer tried to drop it into the sea. he would have stood close to the railing to let it fall unseen.
And since he doesn't know the ship, he had bad luck and dropped it right onto the gangway.
Indeed. And do you find that probable?
Not a bit.
Neither do I.
You think that the jewel thief is the murderer?
Our friend would have needed another key to open the safe and steal the second eye, the one the Baroness was carrying. At least, that's what we implied.
What do you mean?
The Baroness was famous for her forgetfulness. I convinced her to give me the third key. It seemed safer for the eye.
The thief searches the Baroness's cabin looking for the third key.
She returns from the saloon earlier than
Surprises him, and he
imprisons her until the coast.
And thus, the thief...
But still doesn't have all...
بالضبط صابر. المطور سكوت سوى أشياء رهيبة، يعني رغم إنه هي اللعبة اعتمادها بشكل كامل على الجمب سكير، بس إنه مجرد ما تتعود راح يكون الجمب سكير أقل شيء ممكن تهتم به باللعبة. يعني هو كل شيء باللعبة، الأجواء، الأصوات، شيء مو طبيعي. طبعا خاصة الأصوات. أكو هذا المقطع اللي سويته الحسان لما نشرته على تويتر، لما دخل 2 مستر اكس استخدمت الاصوات مال فناف. هذا الممثل الصوتي مال انيماترونيك ادفاتور، والهولوي صوت الهولوي بأي مكان يرهم.
And this chloral hydrate
is a tranquilizer. Can be dissolved in alcohol. The effect begins in minutes and lasts for hours. Who gave you the glass of champagne?
هذا لازم اتاكد منه انه طاني هذا حتى جواب عدل. نرجع بالبيت ونشوف. ثواني لما رجعت البث اللي نطاني الكوب هو صح اللي سلمني الكوب ما شامبين الكابتن، بس اللي نطى شلون بين للكابتن هو الدكتور الأصلع. يعني هذا الدكتور هو الصلع. يعني يقول لي سلم يا كابتن.
I think it was the captain, but he could have got the glass from someone else.
Find out.
Understood.
انه زين اكد له انه ممكن، قال انا متاكد انه هو الكابتن الثاني، بس شخص ثاني هو اللي ممكن شخص ثاني اللي هو نطق. وانا متاكد انه هو الدكتور. هسه رجعت بس وشفت.
What kind of a gun is it?
A pistol. A Luger 08.
Antique.
Manufactured a million times during and after the First World War. Austrian model. The owner is David Kreutzer, the violinist. We found him tonight totally drunk on the bow of the ship. He confirmed that it's his gun, but he claims that it was stolen from him.
Fingerprints?
Nothing. But it's worth mentioning that the clip was missing 2 bullets.
And it's definitely the murder weapon.
The ballistic tests are incomplete. Actually, I've been waiting far too long for the bullet recovered from the corpse. Pay the good doctor a visit, Zellner, and see that he does his job.
Do you believe the violinist?
He'll be the first person I question. He claims he can't remember anything from the last few hours. Says he drank a bottle of schnapps.
He was on the train and he doesn't have an alibi. His drunkenness could be a smokescreen.
He fits the profile. He travels a lot, has access to high society. Could be interesting.
Do you think...
He wrote the letter that was on the safe in the train.
But it doesn't seem like him, does it?
It's his handwriting. And he called me Nick. I chased that man across Europe for years.
But the
Enough.
I'll be on my way. I want to find out...
Good idea. And get the bullet from Dr. Gebhardt.
Of course. Inspector Legrand, are you okay? Maybe you should...
I can sleep once I've... Goodbye, Constable.
Be seeing you. Legrand is risking not just his career, but his health as well on his hunt for the Raven. He's working like a demon. Maybe that's why he caught the Raven and no one else. No, I've slept enough.
Come in.
Hello, Dr. Gebhardt.
And there's the next one.
Excuse me?
You want something else from me, don't you?
I'm afraid I do.
What a first day at work. Well?
Have you already removed the bullet?
Did Legrand send you? What is that Frenchman's problem? I already told you. I will get in touch as soon as I have it. That is also what I told the constable, who he kept sending all night long, once I finally got rid of Legrand himself.
Did he look over your shoulder?
He probably wanted to take the scalpel from my hand and hack away himself. But this is my surgery, and I will not let amateurs interfere with my work.
That's understandable. How much longer will it take?
I have just finished. Send my regards to His Majesty.
Thanks. What's the result of your examination of the victim?
She is dead.
I didn't make you work all night long, Dr. Gebhardt.
She was shot. Point blank shot. Probably with a pistol. It seems like she was lying in bed. The shot struck her hard. She died immediately.
One shot?
More were unnecessary. And we only heard one shot, no?
And there's just one entrance wound.
Just one.
صابر اللعبة متوفرة بس مو موجودة بالاشتراك.
I am told...
That's how it seems.
What can you tell me about?
Me?
Haven't you analyzed?
No, I haven't. The inspector said he's the better. I let him do it. That way I could at least concentrate on the body.
هذا السؤال ما راح اسأله لان انا شربت من نفس الجلاس اللي هو كان شايله. هو انه طال الكابتن والكابتن ظل شايله بيده اليمين وسلمه لشخصيتي بنفسه. فهذا هو اللي حط المخدر بالجلاس. فما راح اسأله اي اسئلة تخص المخدر.
I think that's it for now.
No. That is it for now, then, and later. I'm going to lie down for a few hours. Can you tell that to your boss?
But... Could I at least have the key?
Absolutely not.
But if we have to examine the victim again...
Then the esteemed inspector knows where to find me. In my cabin. In bed. Good night, Constable Zellner.
ما بيه تفاعل لهالدرجة، تفاعل ويا ردات فعل الناس.
Come in. Constable?
About the bullet. Here it is.
Excellent. Give it to me. As I suspected, a 7.65 Parabellum Luger.
Don't you want to examine it in more detail?
When I have time. For now, though, we can assume that we have the murder weapon. There can't be too many antique Luger 08 pistols on board.
May I take a look at the Baroness's cabin?
We already searched it thoroughly.
Sure. But what about now, by daylight?
Yes, fine, it can't hurt. Here, take this with you.
Thanks. I'll let you know if I find anything.
But only then, please.
Of course. About the tranquilizer.
Do you know how you wound up with the glass?
Not yet.
Then you should stop wasting my time and get back to work.
About the
Do you know?
Not yet.
Then you should...
I'll be in touch.
Very well.
This is the first murder scene I've ever set foot in.
كل الأغراض اللي بالغرفة عليها علامة استفهام. دي من الأغراض اللي عند الباب ومكمل.
Another alarm. It was tripped at some point. The seal is broken. But there's no way of telling whether it happened yesterday or 5 years ago. The most unportable portmanteau I've ever seen. A portable bar is more like it. Must be hard work transporting this big, heavy thing halfway around. And the Baroness was lucky that the other freight cars were only lightly damaged by the... An impressive piece, but I don't think it'll get me anywhere with the... There should be a ventilation shaft behind the hatch. Usually a good way to break in and out undetected. But we're on a ship. The ventilation shafts are very small here. I can't say why, and it seems impossible, but something tells me that the murderer entered and left the cabin through the door. The only question is how. The door frame was damaged when Dr. Gebhardt kicked it in. The real question is, why was the...
هم على أساس يعني شغلهم احترافي ومو ماخذين الوضع. صاحبنا شوية دمه خفيف.
Assuming the murderer isn't a magician, and the Baroness locked the door herself before she went to bed, the murderer couldn't have left the cabin through the door. So, the murderer must have still been in here when Dr. Gebhardt kicked the door in. Which is unlikely because someone would have seen him, or he found another way out of the cabin. The notepad has the ship's emblem on it. I suppose all the first-class cabins have them. It says, Inspector, be in the saloon at 10 p.m. There is a murderer on board and I will expose him. B. The Baroness seems to have known the murderer, and that means that the Raven can't be the murderer. He never killed anybody. Legrand probably never got the message, otherwise he'd have said something. The mannequin surely came with the cabin. A mannequin for the Baroness's clothes would have a more generous figure. Sunflowers. By Van Gogh, I presume. He liked to paint that sort of thing. Can't be an original. They cost thousands of francs. The portholes face the side deck. If someone climbed out of the cabin through a porthole, Legrand and I would have seen them. The portholes are locked. One cannot open or close them from outside. It's the same problem as with the door. If someone left the cabin through the porthole, how did they lock it? And the Baroness wasn't shot from outside. The doctor said she was... Apparently, the Baroness didn't have time to or rather, didn't have time to tell her butler to Sifting through all that would take ages. But here, the Baroness's handbag. Aha! A small leather-bound book. 1964 is engraved on it. This must be the Baroness's diary. Let's see. Yes, it's a diary, all right. Difficult to read. No entry from... A brief, sober description of what she's done recently. Met Morris. Arranged benefit concert for Times photo shoot for Eye of Sphinx. B.M. Poor excuse. And so on. This entry looks strange. The handwriting is... Dreamt of Bobby. Yesterday would have been his birthday. The Baroness was a very busy woman. She writes about Bubby and Jay. Almost every family lost loved ones in the war. I'll leave it there. I don't have time. Cosmetics, a handkerchief, a spectacles case. Nothing special. A big, ugly, and impractical vase. If it had a wider opening, one could at least use it as an umbrella stand. Can't see anything. Wow, heavier than it looks. Aha! Why were the down feathers tossed in the vase? Or is there anything? There may be something else in the vase, but the neck is too narrow. A tape recorder must go with the built-in speakers. There may be something. Why were the down feathers? Or there may be. Nothing special, although it seems like one of the feathers was scorched at the top, literally burnt.
لا صابر وين بلطنا؟
I'd better take it with me.
كلها جرة.
There's still blood on the mattress. The sheet and the blanket have already been removed. To analyze them, I suppose. The blood spot is the only sign that someone committed a crime in here. Somehow... That's odd. The blood is so red. Shouldn't it gradually... The unusual color of the blood could be something that Legrand and Dr. Gebhardt... All cats are gray in the dark, as the saying goes. The unusual color of the blood could be something that all cats... Something's under there. More feathers. And they're singed as well. I'll put them with the others. The tape recorder is older than the hills, but it was once very expensive, top of the range, and it doesn't come cheap. Strange. There's only one reel. And it's the wrong one. No sign of a reel made by Zeibling. I know the brand. Zeibling's tapes can be overwritten many times without losing quality. They're used in offices so that executives can record messages for the secretaries on the same tape over and over again. But they're not good for much else. They're robust, but they don't offer much in terms of sound quality.
شلون نترجم عبارة all cats are grey in the dark؟ طريقة ننقل المعنى من غير ترجمة حرفية.
المشكلة أنا عقلي يستوعبها بس شلون ترجمها شلون ترجمها بشكل معنى أفهمها بشكل معنوي قصدي ترجمة معنوية مو حرفية. احنا عندنا هيجي مثل يعني بس لازم اتذكره. المعنى انه كل شيء متشابه بالظلام او كل شيء الى نفس اللون بالظلام، بس هي
The unusual, all cats are grey in the dark, as the saying goes.
لو هبة موجودة كان جابت لنا كلمة، هي خبيرة بترجمة المعاني أو بالترجمة المعنوية. بس هذا النوع يعني من الجمل تقدر تقول مفهوم بكل مكان، يعني هو مثل فتقدر تنقله نفس ما هو وراح يكون مفهوم. يعني تقدر تترجم مثلا جميع القطط لونها رمادي بالظلام أو كل القطط رمادية بالظلام. هي مو عشبة، هي على الألوان، إن مثلا هذا الدم أنت بالظلام حتشوفه لونه أسود، ممكن أي شيء أي شيء بأي لون ثاني أي بقعة راح تشوفها لون، أي بقعة سواء دم أو أكل أو شاي أو قهوة مثلا بالظلام راح تشوفها نفس اللون. فالقصد إنه كل شيء نفس اللون بالظلام.
The unusual color of the blood could be something that Legrand and Dr. Gebhard missed. All cat. The Baroness's butler looks like he didn't get much sleep. I would describe... Hello, Mr. Inch.
Oh, Constable, hello.
You look the worse for wear. It must be terrible for you.
Quite terrible. No one will hire me now.
Excuse me?
My mistress was murdered. Would you hire a butler who's been mixed up in a murder?
But if it turns out that you're not guilty...
If, but what if not? Who else would they blame? There are no gardeners on this ship.
I understand your problem. Under these circumstances, I'm sure you'd answer some questions that could help clear your name, wouldn't you?
Of course.
صابر مثل ما يقولوها بالإنجليزي I'm not gonna lie. انت تو الترجمة خطان متوازيان.
The Baroness seemed to be pretty drunk the last time I saw her.
Is that so?
Does that surprise you? Did the Baroness not drink?
Oh, yes, she drank. It was no secret.
I understand. How serious was her habit?
Serious enough, sir.
Was she under any medical supervision?
Certainly not, sir. She adamantly refused to see a doctor. Like so many elderly women, she had a distinct aversion to hospitals and the like.
Did you notice anything suspicious last night?
No, sir. After the Baroness went to the saloon, I went to the forecastle. I was there until the alarm went off. I went to the side deck and arrived shortly after Professor Lucien and Miss Miller. We found you and Inspector Legrand there. You were unconscious, and the inspector asked us to take care of you.
Did you hear the gunshot?
No, just the alarm, sir.
You said you were on the forecastle. It sounded like the Baroness let you have the rest of the night off.
Not entirely, sir. One of the crew informed me that the Baroness wanted to be roused at 10:15.
Right. Why was that?
I suppose that she wanted to toast the success of the journey with the captain and the other passengers.
She hadn't intended to take a nap, then?
That was not her way, sir. She had a lot of spirit, shall we say, when it came to social engagements and a glass or two of champagne.
The Baroness's cabin seems to have been ransacked.
Indeed, sir, by the Baroness herself.
Really?
She was searching for something the entire afternoon.
And did she find it?
I think she did, sir, yes. She was in high spirits when she finally left her cabin.
You wouldn't happen to know what she was looking for, would you?
I'm afraid not.
Would you describe the Baroness as orderly?
Well, she always had a lot of responsibilities, sir.
That doesn't answer my question.
She used to take a lot of luggage on journeys, and I helped her keep track of it as best I could. She was always very angry when she couldn't find something.
What about the photos and the documents?
I really don't know. Memories from the war, I'd...
هذا البطلر او الخادم الوحيد اللي يسولف بدون كذب. لا هذا النوع من الخدم يشتغل يعني يخدم على الفلوس، ما يخدم على المعرفة وشون يقول على الولاء، ما يخدم على الولاء. ترجمة لعبارة I'm the Grove. Grove لو جروف، هذا ما تبغى ترجمة حرفية. جروف اللي هي بستان أو أي شيء.
How long had you worked for the Baroness?
6 months, sir.
Only 6 months? I always thought that butlers stayed with their employers for decades.
Those decades have to start at some point, Constable. Her former butler wasn't able to fulfill his duties any longer. Gout, sir.
I understand.
I took on his duties and hoped for a secure position for the next 20 years.
May I ask what happened to your arm?
A souvenir from the war, sir.
Doesn't it hinder your work?
Yes, sir. Obviously.
I didn't mean to offend you.
The Baroness had a soft spot for disabled veterans. I think she'd been through a lot herself.
I think that's all for now.
Please, sir, find the murderer. You have to clear me of all suspicion.
The Baroness's butler looks like he didn't get much sleep. I would describe his facial expression as worried.
أو تنقال هامات يعني لما تكون مندمج بشيء معين وماشي وياك بشكل سلس. أنا أحس إنه أكو كلمة إنه أقدر أقولها تعبر عنها بس ما تجي بالوقت الصحيح.
The death of his mistress doesn't really bother Inch. He's only worried about his own future. The death of his... Captain DeConti is sitting at the bar again. He gave me the glass of champagne last night. The alcoholic drinks and everything that goes with them is top-notch on this ship. As expected, fresh ice and tongs.
Constable Zelna, what is the meaning of this? Are even the police light-fingered nowadays?
I need this tool for a criminal investigation.
Well then, why didn't you say so? So, how are you getting along? Can I be of any help?
Actually, you could answer a few questions.
هو هذا الخادم كان متوتر زيادة عن اللزوم. مثل ما قلت انه مجرد خايف على مستقبله.
Did everyone drink from the same bottle of champagne last night?
There was more than one bottle, if that's what you mean. There were quite a few guests, and the event lasted several hours.
The last bottle of champagne, the one the Baroness drank from, did anyone else drink from it?
Certainly.
We have reason to believe that the champagne was drugged.
Incredible. But wouldn't that have made everyone drowsy?
Not if it was only the Baroness's glass that was drugged.
I see. That's possible. On a night like that, many glasses are filled and emptied. There are several stewards, many guests. No one keeps track of every glass and every bottle.
A few drops in a glass?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
The glass you handed me last night, where did you get it?
Ah, I understand. You think your glass was poisoned as well?
Did you pour it yourself?
No. I saw that you weren't doing so well and wanted to rescue the situation. I took the first available glass and I give it to you.
Was it on the table?
No, I hurry over to you, together with Dr. Gebhardt, who... Of course, he had the glass in his hand. He was looking around for a place to set it down, so that he could examine you. I took it from him.
And gave it to me?
I'd like to apologize for that, but you look so worse for the wear, and I just wanted to comfort you. I didn't think of looking for a new glass for you.
So the doctor had the drugged glass in his hand. What was your experience of last night?
Oh, terrible. Dinner was fantastic. Everyone was excited about having a pleasant drink under the stars. And then this.
You were in the saloon all night.
As the captain, I have to care for my passengers. After you and the others rushed out, I tried to maintain a festive but when the alarm it goes off, I lose the battle.
صابر هو شامبين مثل الواين او النبيذ، بس يكون غازي، يحطوا له سكر زيادة حتى يصير بضغط غازات ويصير غازي. يعني هو واين معاملين معاملة البيرة. ولأن صناعته معقدة ممكن يخرب بسرعة فيكون غالي.
How was the Baroness?
She really surprised me. After she was so unapproachable at the reception and didn't show her face for the entire afternoon, I was afraid she was one of the beaux and bourgeoisie. But then she arrived in the early evening in the best of moods. Already had a few, if you know what I mean.
Did she say anything to you?
She asked me where Legrand's cabin was. I told her, then invited her to come for drinks in the evening. I said it would be great fun. The whole ship will be there, and you don't want to miss that, I told her.
And then?
She seemed to like the idea. She smiled, and then left again for a few minutes. Then she came back and seemed very happy. We drank a toast to life.
طبعا صابر لا تسألني منين أعرف هالمعلومة، لا تسألني لأن حتى أنا ما أعرف منين أعرف هالمعلومة، بس أعرفها. يعني مرات الواحد من قد ما يتابع أشياء على اليوتيوب من المسلسلات يتعلم أشياء لا إراديا، تكون المعلومة موجودة. يعني مثلا من كونان، انمي كونان اكو دائما حلقات يشرحون بها عن هالسوالف. عندك مرات المسلسلات يشرحون هماتين. مقاطع على اليوتيوب معلومات عامة وعندك مقاطع هاو اتس ميد، يعني كلها تعطيك معلومات لا إرادية تعرفها. صابر وصلك تخاطر لأن كنت منتظر هذا يخلص كلام حتى اقول نفس الكلام قبل ما تكتب التعليق.
But at some point she didn't feel well anymore?
She overdid it a bit. She suddenly started to swoon and almost spilled her drink. I asked her if she wanted to rest for a moment in her cabin. At first, she didn't want to. She definitely wanted to stay in the saloon. But then she realized that she really did need to lie down. We left together. You know the rest of the story.
Is it possible to find out where the alarm was set off?
I'm afraid not. There are alarms all over the ship.
I saw that they're sealed. Can't we just check whether the seal is broken?
I'm afraid they're gonna be missing on a lot of alarms. You know, this is an old ship and over the years...
So, you're saying that the alarms haven't been regularly maintained?
I'll inform the crew immediately, of course.
Of course. What can you tell me?
Oh... No. In most cases, there are a few regulars on board and after dinner, but you already know them.
It seems like there aren't that many.
These bloody airplanes are making a... Can you imagine? Grown men prefer to jam themselves into a narrow metal coffins instead of enjoying...
It's all about saving time.
It shouldn't be about how much time it takes to get from A to B, but about how you spend that time.
I'll get back to my investigation.
Ciao, Constable.
صابر المعلومات مهمة يعني أي شيء كان أي معلومة ما كانت مهمة ما تدري يجي يوم تحتاجها.
Lady Westmacott seems to be an early bird, but maybe that's just because of all the I saw a twinkle in her eye on the train. She's eager. Lady Westmacott, already on your... Oh.
Constable, don't you think before you speak?
Actually, I have a couple of questions for you.
Please, go ahead.
What did you think of our story, isn't it?
I'm glad that you were able to prove yourself, Mr. Zellner.
Hopefully not for the last time.
I'm glad that everything ended well. I want to thank you sincerely for taking care of Matthew. I can't bear to think about something happening to him.
It all worked out in the end. Do you think that the thief from the train and the murderer are the same person?
I think the new Raven is capable of anything.
Legrand believes there is no new Raven. He thinks that the old one has returned.
He said that.
Do you think it's possible? Everyone thinks he's dead.
As a dramatist, the return of the Raven would certainly be delightful. A legend comes back from the grave for one last job. It's quite romantic. At the same time, though, I'd be disappointed.
Why is that?
I followed the Raven's career closely. There weren't many burglars with such character and charm. His burglaries were clever and entertaining, but he was sloppy in London. He almost got caught, and I'll never forgive him for the affair on the train. No, I would much rather that the Raven stayed dead and had nothing to do with the burglary or the murder.
بالضبط يا صابر.
What do you think? Who is our suspect?
Everyone, or almost everyone. Everyone on board is physically capable of shooting someone, but who has the dark desire to take the life of a defenseless person?
One cannot read minds.
And one should not try. You have to collect evidence, traces, clues. That's what will lead us to the killer. It won't be like a bad crime novel, in which they introduce a new character shortly before the end who, surprise, surprise, is also the murderer.
Murderers leave evidence. They're nervous or unnaturally relaxed.
And because of that, this is your chance, Constable. If you find...
Have you noticed anything related to the murder?
Unfortunately not. I was already in my cabin and missed all the commotion. Damnable old age.
You're telling me.
Oh, you're still young. At my age, you have to expect that you won't experience. And although I've written about murder so many times, I've never actually witnessed one. How exciting.
I doubt everyone is so relaxed in such a situation.
Heartless is the word you're searching for, right, Constable? I certainly didn't want the Baroness to be murdered, but if I can't undo it, then I might as well enjoy it.
What do you think of Inspector Legrand?
He seems to be as skilled as everyone says. Intelligent, focused. I had a chat with him yesterday, and he impressed me, but there's something haunted in his eyes.
I don't think he ever really stopped hunting.
Catching the raven made him famous. What if he actually shot the wrong person? Unjustified fame bothers people, the good ones.
And you think he's one of the...
Anyone who tries so hard to tear down his own memorial must be on or insane.
I have to be going, Lady Webb.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course.
والله صابر هاللعبة شفتها، شفت نوع الرسومات، شفت إن هي لعبة قصصية وتحقيق، حملتها ولعبتها. يعني دائما هذا النوع من الألعاب يعني ما يحتاج تدور وراه.
Good work. There's something in there. Ah. Someone stuffed this in the vase. Looks like it's been used to muffle a gunshot. If this isn't an important discovery, I don't know what is. Legrand, here I come.
صابر غالبا هاي يعني شغلة مو مبينة شلون انه ممكن بالاخير تضطر تختار شخصية، وبناء على اختيارك للشخصية اللي تكون المجرم راح يحدد نهاية. فلهالسبب انه لازم تركز بكل شيء وتختار شخصية، او ممكن تكون
A singed pillowcase is proof that there must have been a second gunshot. Inspector?
Can't you knock?
I didn't realize. I'm really...
I'm not getting anywhere. I'm going to question each passenger individually. Anyone without an airtight alibi will be checked for gunshot residue.
But, Inspector...
People trip up when you put pressure on them, Constable Zellner. The Raven is nervous. He's changed his methodology and become a... I'll see it in his eyes. After you...
But, Inspector Legrand... We have no proof that the Raven and the murderer are the same person.
You may not know it, but I do. I will catch him with or without your help.
I don't believe it. What's gotten into him? Ah, well. It makes no sense to tell him about my theories if his opinion is already set. I need evidence. I also need his lab if I'm going to get... I need to get in there and I really need to talk to the stowaway. He may have information, and the inspector will just ignore him, since he's too young to be the Raven. Legrand locked the door. The lock isn't especially secure. If I had a wire...
صابر، مو هذا المدير او هو الانسبكتر المحقق، انه انذكر انه هو قتل اللص الريفن بلندن، بس هو يعني حسب اللي مبين قتله مجرد على رأيه، بدون ما يكون انه 100% متأكد انه هو الريفن الحقيقي، يعني مثل ما قال ذيك العجوز. صابر عرفنا دافع القتل للبارونس او البارونة بالعربي، انه البارونة كتبت ملاحظة انه هي عرفت القاتل او السارق اللي موجود بالسفينة، فلما رجعت غرفتها هي سكرانة، او لما حطوا لها مخدر بالشرب قتلها. احنا اذا عرفنا منو اللي حط مخدر للشراب صاحبنا هذا الشرطي، شرطي ماكدونالدز، راح نعرف من القاتل. يعني عرفنا انه هو شخص، هو نفس الشخص.
Mr. Kreutzer, come on, you have to give me a bit more. You're the only one who was on the train and who has no alibi for last night.
As I said, I was in my cabin.
Are you sure that it was your cabin and not the Baroness's?
Legrand will question the guests. Why that he wants to hear, it could become unpleasant for them. Legrand is absorbed and he still seems pretty annoyed. The violinist seems to be bearing the brunt. Mr. Kreutzer clearly feels uneasy. But does Legrand actually think he's the Raven?
صابر وياه هاي البارونس شايفة نفسها انها شخصية مهمة، او كلمة ما اريد اقولها كلمة بالعراقي ما اريد اقولها ما اريد اقولها بالوقت ما ترهم. فلها سبب انه هي رادت تسوي مفاجأة وتكشفه قدام الكل.
Mr. Lady Westmacott, may...
By all means.
How is the questioning going?
Are you implying that I'm an eavesdropper? The inspector is placing a lot of pressure on our dear Mr. Kreutzer. He's the only one who was on the train and who doesn't have an alibi for last night.
Perhaps. But him? A murderer?
I know people like him. He doesn't have enough backbone to kill someone in cold blood and remain so calm. He'd turn it into a drama and then a farce. Drink himself insensible, and then, railing at fate, pitch himself into the sea. Forget him. Legrand is wasting his time. Mr. Kreutzer just happens to be a perfect fit for the inspector's image of the Raven.
Athletic, cultured, moves among the rich and famous.
I'll eat his violin if he's the Raven or the murderer.
I have to be going, Lady Westmacott.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course.
صابر، هي الكلمة حتى لو أقولها ما راح تفهمها لأن هي الكلمة باللهجة، بس هم معناها مغرورة، مغرورة بشكل كبير.
Excellent. Ah, that's just what I... Coffee is not bad at all, but 1 cup is enough.
يا أخي يشرب كوفي، أحسن من الكوفي.
Ham and eggs. One advantage on an international trip is the international. Many of my fellow countrymen think it's outrageous to eat fried bacon, sausages, or anything. I, on the other hand, think ham and eggs are the only worthwhile contribution the English have made to It's not fair. There's a magnificent buffet, but I don't have an appetite. It's not, there's a... The death...
هي الموسيقى بهاللعبة هذه. شنو قصر معكم كلمة للغاية أو شديد؟ كنا قلنا شديد الغرور، نحن مغرور بالشدة وارتحنا. ما هي مستويات. انت عندك مستوى عادي، بعدين توصل للكلمة اللي فوقها تكون إهانة.
Miss Mayers seems to have found an opportunity. Hello, Miss Mayers.
Hello, Mr.
Constable Zellner. Do you think it's appropriate to go sunbathing in a situation like this?
What situation?
A woman was murdered last...
If refusing to sunbathe could bring the dead back to life, I'd go back to my cabin immediately.
Did you hear or see anything suspicious last night?
No, I didn't feel very well last night. I went to bed early.
So, you're feeling better this morning?
Thanks for asking.
I'm sure your parents are truly sorry that they can't be with you at this difficult time.
Maybe, but I'm not a little girl anymore. And thinking about my fiancé...
You're in...
Yes. My boyfriend and I got engaged right before the trip. I want to surprise my parents, especially...
I'm sure he'll be... But what will you do if your father doesn't agree to the...
What choice does he have when he put me on this boat full of thieves and murderers in the first place?
Charming. Enjoy the sun, Miss Mayers, and don't let us disturb you.
If you're trying to make me feel guilty, Constable, it's not working.
Miss Mayers seems to have found an... Captain DeConte seems old and tired. I'm sure Captain DeConte wouldn't mind a chat, but I don't think he can...
لا هي زين ما مزلبطة بشكل كبير.
Miss Miller and the professor are talking intensely. She seems pretty relaxed, by her standards.
صابر هو هل ماكو ضعف بالانترنت بس ما جاي حسكو بشكل كبير. صابر وصار اكو تقطيع. اول شفته مجرد ديج يعني احتمال البت ريت ينخفض او الابلود ينخفض.
Miss Miller and the professor. Good morning, Miss Miller. Professor Lucien?
Constable Zellner, how are you? I heard you passed out last night.
Well, not quite. I was poisoned.
Oh.
That wretch!
Who do you mean by that wretch?
That stowaway. That new raven.
The young man can't be the murderer. Constable Oliver had already apprehended him when the shot was fired.
You mean...
Whoever killed the Baroness is still on the loose.
I think I should take my leave. I'd like to rest for a while.
One last question, Professor.
اي عادي هذا التغبيش اليوتيوب معروف. مثل ما قلت لك ممكن الابلود انخفض ورجع لانه ينخفض البيت ريت فتصير الصورة مغبشة.
Do you think the eye is well protected in the safe in Legrand's cabin?
Of course it is. They assured me that it would take hours of work with heavy machinery to crack the safe. And if Legrand isn't in his cabin, Constable Oliver or I check that everything is in order every hour.
I understand.
I want to go back to my cabin. I'll see you later, Mary.
Oh, of course. See you later.
I didn't want to interrupt your conversation with Professor Lucien so abruptly.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Learning that there's still a burglar on board seemed to
He was so relaxed the whole time, and then...
And then the stupid Swiss constable came by and made him...
Oh, I didn't mean...
No matter. I'm sure he'll calm down and come back soon enough.
Of course.
يقول راح أسألك few question. هذه few question 5 أسئلة.
How is Matt? He seems happy enough.
After all the commotion, he's already back to his old self again. That would be a bit too much for him.
I think he's made of sterner stuff.
I want to thank you again for what you did on the train. I wouldn't have known...
Everything's fine. Think nothing of it.
صابر هذه من يعني هاي الملابس الامريكان المتحفظين التقليديه. طبعا حاليا اكيد انقرضت هاي الملابس بس هذا كان الطبيعي عندهم.
How was last night for you?
It was awful. I was having a conversation with Edgar, Professor Lucien, here on the forecastle. Then I wanted to look for the lady and went forward via the side deck. When I passed the Baroness's cabin, I heard a muffled scream.
You heard a scream?
Yes. I thought the Baroness probably had a fall. I went to the door and listened for a moment. Since I couldn't hear anything, I knocked on the door and asked whether she was all right. There was no answer.
Interesting. And then?
I didn't know what to do, so I tried to open the door. It was locked. I saw the Baroness's butler, Mr. Inch, on the forecastle. I thought he might have the key and went back. On the way, the bobby crossed my path, and then Edgar, who wanted to check the safe. I explained the situation to him, and then the alarm went off.
How did the scream sound?
It was a short outcry, very frightened, as if someone had been startled.
Was it a woman's voice?
Yes, the voice was high.
So it could have been a scream from the Baroness. Possibly because she discovered someone in her cabin.
Possibly.
That person might have threatened her with a weapon, so that she wouldn't scream for help.
Oh, God.
He waited until the coast was...
Oh, please, stop it, Mr. Zellner.
The Baroness's butler said that he was on the forecastle as well?
Yes, he was standing on the other side of the deck smoking a cigarette.
Was he on the forecastle the whole time?
I'm not sure. He was there, and later he was on the side deck with us. Oh, yes, he looked after you while you were unconscious. He unbuttoned your collar and held your head while the doctor checked you.
But you can't say for certain whether he came from the forecastle with you and Professor Lucien, or afterwards.
Well, No, but where else could he have come from?
عليكم السلام حسن، شلونك شو اخبارك؟ والله حسن انا هاللعبة عجبتني، يعني حتى لو ممكن هواي ناس ما يشوفون انه هالقصص والتحقيق ممكن يكون ممل، بس انا عادي I'm all in.
Did you report that to Inspector Legrand?
Yes, last night. He was very interested and took a lot of notes. But I wanted to look for Lady Westmacott, and he let me go without further delay. He said that he'd take down my full statement today.
I understand.
Do you think the man from the train also killed the Baroness, Constable Zellner?
I don't know yet.
It's horrible. Explosions, thieves, murderers. This isn't the right place for a lady and a little boy.
الحمد لله حسن، الله يحفظك. قريت التريك العام بس ميزانية عالية وقصة قوية. هي غالبا هاي الألعاب تكون يعني شيء بسيط أفضل، يعني كل ما تكبر الميزانية كل ما راح تكون محدودة أكثر. يعني هاي اللعبة فيك قصة فيك سوالف، مو مهم تكون ميزانية عالية أو ميزانية قليلة، المهم تكون مضبوطة بالأساسيات. يعني والأفضل يكون بهذا النوع من شو يسموه الأسلوب الفني، بدل ما يكون واقعي يكون فني.
You and Professor Lucien seem to be having a lively conversation.
Oh, yes. He's an expert in ancient Egyptian art and preeminent in hieroglyphic research. He's the head of the Egyptian department in the British Museum, you know. And he's going to open an exhibition at the Egyptian Museum.
Right.
They had planned on exhibiting both jewels together for the first time in decades, but that's not going. I think it's quite upsetting.
We're working hard to ensure that...
I know. I'll ask Lady Westmacott if she'd like to participate in the opening of the exhibition. I think it would be...
And Professor Lucien will surely offer you a...
حسن من أكثر الألعاب اللي عجبتني هذا النوع من القصص والخيارات. هاي اللعبة بدون خيارات، بس هذيك اللعبة اللي بيها خيارات اللي هي لعبة عالم سون شو اسمها لايف از سترينج، خاصة الجزء الأول. يعني هذيك اللعبة خياراتك، ظنك بالناس، يعني ممكن كلها تأثر على نهاية اللعبة. هذيك اللعبة لايف از سترينج رهيبة. يعني هذيك أكثر لعبة ضبطت الخيارات وحتى بها جزء تحقيق بسيط.
You're American, aren't you?
That's correct.
And you moved to England because of the...
I lived in England before. During the Second World War, I volunteered. I worked in a pharmacy on a US base north of...
In a pharmacy?
Well, it was the war and everyone was sent where they could help best.
Please, go on, Mrs. Miller.
After the war, I studied music in London. I met my husband there. We married and went back to the States together.
He was also American?
No, English. But he said he had problems with his family and he wanted to be as far from them as possible.
And you gave up your studies for him?
Well...
Life as a single mother couldn't have been easy.
It was pretty tough then. I worked from morning till night and it was still only enough for the bare necessities. And I couldn't give Matt all the attention he needed.
And then Lady Westmacott entered your life.
It was like an angel appeared to me. She must have offered me the position out of pity. I had no experience as a carer. She made me a generous offer. I couldn't believe it. And she really adores Matt. She's offered him a good education, and now he has every opportunity in life.
An almost unbelievable story.
I'm still afraid that it's a dream and that I'll wake up one day.
If you worked in a pharmacy, you would certainly know something about medicines and poisons.
Everything is a potential poison, Constable. It depends on the dose.
Have you ever heard of chloral hydrate?
It's a tranquilizer, isn't it?
I'm asking you.
Lady Westmacott also asked questions like that for her last novel. But since I've never wanted to kill anyone, I never bothered with things like strychnine and arsenic and all that. I could recommend something for a headache, sore throat, or rash.
That's kind of you, but there's really no need. How does it feel to work for such a world-famous person?
The work is very interesting and varied, and it pays well, too.
You are very lucky that the lady offered the position to you.
I just hope she won't change her mind one day. What would become of Matt's education then? I really make an effort to measure up to Lady Westmacott's expectations, but sometimes I feel like I fall short.
Lady Westmacott couldn't ask for a better companion.
I'm saving up as much money as I can all the same. I'd do anything so that Matt doesn't have to give up his new life.
صابر اتفق. هاي اللعبة ايس اتورني لعبتها على المحاكي، واحدة من الأجزاء القديمة اللي يمدحوها. لعبتها على المحاكي، حسيت نفسي أول مرة أسمع لغة إنجليزي. وأتوقع حتى لو مترجمة تحس نفسك أول مرة راح تسمع لغة عربي. المصطلحات غريبة.
Lady Westmacott dropped a hint on the train that she killed her hero, Partout. What did she mean by that?
Oh, she must have meant the manuscript.
Manuscript?
She always takes it with her. It's an unpublished Partout novel. I once asked her why she never published it. She said that according to her will, the novel's only to be published after her death.
And in it, Partout will be killed?
Maybe. I've never read it. No one has. You'd better ask her yourself.
I'll be seeing you, Miss Miller.
Constable?
Matt is keeping himself busy with that strange game. He seems to be okay again, but I think he'd be running around all over the place if he'd really come to terms with what happened on the train. Hello there, partner.
Hi.
Are you all right?
Uh-huh.
I heard you and your mom used to argue a lot.
We did. Everything was bad. The house, school, the other kids. We didn't have much money, and I was always alone.
You do know that your mother would love to have been with you, don't you? She had to go out to work to earn money.
She wouldn't have had to, if Dad were still around.
And how do you get along with her now?
I'm always happy when we do something together on vacation. She has more time for me, and I like my boarding school. I have lots of friends, and the teachers aren't...
Have you recovered from our adventure?
What's going on?
What do you mean?
Everybody's acting so strange, and there's tape across that door. I saw that...
You don't have to be worried.
Is it about the man from the...
It might be about the thief.
Haven't you caught him yet?
I'm working...
Okay.
Your mother and Professor Lucien seem to be on very good... Don't you like him?
Don't know.
He seems to be.
I guess.
Lady Westmacott is all by herself in the saloon. Maybe you'd like to visit her later.
Sure. The lady tells exciting stories.
I know. She's my favorite writer.
She told me that it's not much fun to write detective. She'd rather write something else, but her fans always want the same thing.
They made her rich and famous.
I told her to write what she wants to write. If it's good, someone will buy it. And if not, at least she had fun writing it. Then she smiled and nodded. She said it was a good idea.
What are you playing there?
I'm playing shuffleboard. At least I'm trying to.
Never played it before.
It's easy. Professor...
And who won?
We didn't play.
You didn't want to play with him, did you? Do you want to play a game with me?
Sure.
Then let's get started.
Oh yeah, what are we playing for?
I thought we...
That's boring. We have to bet something. Otherwise...
You English people.
So I'll bet my brand new slingshot. And you?
I don't want to gamble.
How about ice cream in Cairo?
Okay. If I win, I get the slingshot. If I lose, I get an ice cream in Cairo.
Hey! Never try to cheat Matt Miller. So, what do you say? Ice cream versus slingshot?
All right. Rats.
Haha, that's one ice cream for...
You've been practicing. This time...
Nah.
لازم يشخصنها ونفوز. فيك يشخصنها ونفوز. لازم اجيبها رقم 9 5 زين.
That's it.
Oh, man.
The athlete wins the day.
One more time.
No, that's enough.
All right. Here.
Are you sure?
Gambling debts are debts of honor.
I'll give it back to you when I don't need it anymore, okay?
Okay, but make sure my mom doesn't catch you with it. She thinks it's dangerous.
المحقق كونان كل اللي يحتاجه يركز على المنظمة. كافي كفاية قضايا جانبية.
I have to talk to the young fellow right away, even though he was already under arrest at the time of... And what about the... Could the second missing bullet from the murder weapon be stuck down there in one... If I want to get into the cargo hold, he won't...
What are
Inspector Legrand is questioning the first of the passengers in the...
And?
It will be hours before he gets...
And?
We'll save time if...
We'd also save time if you stopped asking me the same things over and over again. I will not let you in. What time is it, by the way?
Got an appointment?
No, but I'm hungry.
Go and get yourself something. I'll mind the door in the meantime.
Aha. You could bring me something, though.
So, what do you want to eat?
Oh, anything. An apple or something like that.
There's ham and eggs in the saloon.
Can't touch him.
Why not?
Sergeant Mills.
Hmm?
He's responsible for the fitness of the unit, and he'll chew you out if he thinks you've packed on a few pounds.
I see. Leave it with me.
Yeah, thanks.
صابر هم مو مغناطيس، هم عندهم لعنة. أي مكان يروحوا يلعنوه بجريمة قتل.
Whatever Constable Oliver... And just a pinch of salt for our friendly constable. Good. Constable Oliver.
Huh?
Ham and eggs, piping hot.
Oh, I shouldn't really.
I don't see anyone here who'd rebuke you. It was a hard night.
Yeah, true. Oh, delicious. Just enough salt. Oh, that was good of you. Cheers.
You don't expect me to wash your dirty dishes as well, do you?
Oh, of course not, Your Majesty. Oh, that was a proper meal and no mistake.
I have to talk to the young... Even... And what a good... The second missing bullet... If I want... He won't... The constable... The constable... Lady Westmore.
By all means, Mr. Zell.
Did Miss Miller cope with all the excitement?
I think so. But what happened? She wouldn't be able to go on if something happened.
She's worried about him.
He's all she has. It breaks her heart that he lives at a board, but she sets her wishes and needs aside so that he can get a good education. That's her way.
Where is Matthew's father?
Gone. Run off. Ran away from his problems again. He drank a lot. More and more after each setback. It's better for both of them this way.
He left her.
She couldn't have borne it. She loved him and wanted to stick by him. She fell out with her family over him. They couldn't understand her. And when he left her, the ground opened up beneath her feet. For 2 weeks, she was as good as dead. If she didn't have Matthew, she'd be dead.
You seem to know a lot about it. I mean, about the time before Miss Miller began working for you.
I have my reasons.
And Matthew, do you care as deeply about the children of your other employees?
If you fail with your own child, you hope to do better with others, Constable.
صابر قصدك ميتسوري لا ميتسوغي الأخير. هذا مؤلف كولن قال عنه إنه هذا واحد من أذكى الشخصيات لما يكبر، وراح يصير من المحققين.
And the idea to send
was mine. Matthew idolized his father and blamed his mother for the fact that he wasn't around. I was afraid the situation would escalate if he had to live on a country estate alone with his... He quickly made friends at boarding school, and his relationship with his...
Miss Miller told me that you have a valuable...
That is correct.
An unpublished Part 2 novel. The manuscript might...
Oh, it's not just any Part 2 novel. I wrote it 20 years ago, but it will only be... It's Part 2's last case. Maurice Part 2 dies.
You're going to kill him off?
I already have. And...
Madam...
I was so sick of writing one Part 2 novel after another. I was keen to stick a knife in his guts. And so, 20 years... Of course, I didn't want to disappoint my fans, so I let him solve case after case. But at least I was certain that he'd never escape me. That in the end,
I understand. Let's just hope that this novel remains unpublished for many more years. I have to be going, lady.
Please keep me...
Of course. Legrand, I won't talk to him again until I'm ready to present. Mr. I'm sure. Miss May. The death. Constable Oliver is drinking the water he brought. I'll let him. Maybe on people. Miss Miller?
Yes,
Lady Westmacott told me that Matt's become a...
That's true. He's full of energy. His teachers try to calm him down with sports. He's very talented and learns new games very quickly.
I regret to say that was never one of my strong points. It must be good for his self-confidence.
It certainly is. He's settled down and he's become something of a leader in his class. A year ago, I'd have never dared to hope that everything would work out so well.
I'll be seeing you, Miss Miller.
Constable?
I'll let him...
صابر هو اي كاتب غالبا يعني ما يفكر بكل اهداف شخصياته.
We're lucky that the Lydia has a well-stocked medical center at its disposal. I suppose it was added during... Doctor who'd want to be greeted by a corpse. Neither Dr. Gebhardt nor Constable... But in contrast to good old Robert, the doctor... I wonder what would happen if Legrand dragged him out of bed for another... Dr. Geb... Something... I need something to... The metal of the tongs feels cold from the smooth handle all the way to the tips. The metal of the tongs feels cold from the smooth handle all the way to the tips. Legrand, I won't. I'll let him play. I'll let him. I'll let him. Constable, I'll. The constable. The constable. Constable. All right.
Hey, Zelna, what in blazes was that?
What?
Something hit me!
You mean someone shot at you?
Yes, well, no, I don't know. Didn't you notice anything?
I was riveted by the fantastic view. We Swiss aren't used to seeing the horizon like this.
And my bottle's broken too. Oh, I don't believe this. Could you bring me something to drink? Those ham and eggs were pretty salty.
I'm sorry. I have to proceed with my investigations. Let's see how long he can resist his thirst. Not long at all.
حتى هنا الملح بالاكل هوايه، فهسه صار عطشان وكسرنا البطل مال مي وصار لازم يقوم.
Nervous? I would be too in your position. Who are you?
My name is Adil, and you are...
Constable Zellner. Why did you sneak onto the ship, Adil?
I wanted to go back home.
You're Egyptian?
There's no work for me in Italy. I want to see my family again.
And since you don't have money, you stowed away.
So what if I did?
So, it was you who knocked me out.
Me? Never.
No? Where were you when I was attacked?
Well, I couldn't take anything with me on this trip, so I snuck into the kitchen and took some canned goods.
Interesting. And how do you know when I was attacked?
Well, I thought it was yesterday, shortly before we set sail.
I take this bump personally. It's hard for me to believe a single word of your story.
Because I'm a foreigner?
Because you seem to have learned our language in the space of a day, accent-free.
Believe what you want.
What were you searching for on deck last night?
I was hiding the whole evening. I wanted to go out and get some fresh air, see the stars. But then suddenly, they were looking for me.
Were you in one of the cabins?
No!
Did you see anyone on the deck or on the roof?
No!
And after we arrested you?
The English policeman put me in this cell. Then he left. I've been here ever since.
And you didn't notice anything along the way?
No, nothing.
Who paid you to distract us?
What?
You went for a walk around the deck and let yourself be seen. Everyone goes off hunting you, and in the meantime, your partner shoots the Baroness in peace.
No, I didn't do anything. I didn't want to distract anyone. I just want to go home.
What about the gunshot? Didn't you hear it?
Yes. The English policeman had already arrested me. We heard a bang and looked around.
And then?
Then, the Bobby was in a hurry to get rid of me. He almost pushed me down the stairs and locked me in here. He left, and then a short time later, the alarm went off.
Constable Oliver wasn't with you anymore when the alarm went off?
No. I was scared that the ship would sink with me sitting here like a rat in a trap.
You're a liar. And a bad one at that.
But sir, I'm telling the truth.
And I'm the Raven. Inspector Legrand will deal with you. He's lying like a cheap rug. But he probably doesn't know anything about the murder. Very disappointing. So I have to keep searching. What interests me most is the shot that was fired here in the cargo hold last night.
صابر هذا شغله معلقه هاي تكون اكياس او شوالات على مود تكون يا اما تكون للموازنه يعني تعادل موازنه وهم تكون مساحه تخزين مو على الارض يعني شوفها تتحرك ويا ويا الأمواج، تسوي موازنة بشكل معاكس لحركة الأمواج، وهماتين تكون مساحة تخزين للقمح أو للطحين أو للرز.
Whoever fired the shot hit the crate. Did the shooter just want to intimidate me? Or maybe he needed the bullet? Can't see. If the bullet is still stuck in the wood, it's too deep to reach. No, the bullet hole is too... The cargo hold also seems to serve as a changing room for the crew, at least for the ones who don't wear white uniforms. A stroke of luck. Oil-stained overall. And here, an old toolbox. The metal of the tongs. It's been through a lot. Hardly any paint, dented, and the lid is held shut by a wire. I'll take it with me. Some wrenches. Well, I think the bullet is still in the wood. I'm not a weapons specialist, but at first sight I'd say that this bullet looks exactly the same as the one Dr. Gebhardt gave me for Legrand. That would mean that the murderer also fired a shot here in the cargo hold before the murder. But why? Did they just want to make sure the old guns still worked? Or was it something else? And did the bullet really come from the same gun? I can only check that in Legrand's cabin. The young man is lying like a cheap rug. That much is clear. He can't have... When we heard the shot, he was in the custody of Constable Oliver, and I hardly think the two of them are working together. He could be responsible for the bump on the back of my head, and maybe he also stole some things from the buffet, but he's no criminal mastermind. What a pity. I expected more from this interrogation. Legrand can try his luck with him. Somebody put the trunk back on the shelf. I can't tell whether it was our young friend or someone else.
هو صابر مثل ما يقولون الحاجة
It
والاختراع.
must be uncomfortable traveling like that, even if you're as young and slim as our guest in the cell over there. I could take one of the saws with me as a souvenir. On the other hand, it'd remind me of my bump and of my rather inelegant escape.
That takes the biscuit.
I noticed that the door was unguarded. I just wanted to make sure that everything was all right.
Tell it to Legrand. He's expressly forbidden anyone to speak to the witness before he does.
All right, let's go to Legrand and tell him what happened. You fell asleep and then you left the door unguarded. Well, are we going? Hmm?
No, but don't try it again.
Of course.
الليلة تهدي يلا تمشي.
The constable is battling. You can't I don't... The lock isn't a...
هي لم تضبط بس حاليا صحيحة الطريقة اللي فيها. لازم كل واحدة تكون أعلى بشكل أخف. يعني سويتها من أول محاولة عاد لازم يكون المستوى أعلى.
A lock master and son. Tough to crack. If I wanted to steal the eye, I'd concentrate on getting the 3 keys. If everything goes according to plan, the first time this monster is opened will be in the museum in fingers crossed. Neatly folded and unused. Legrand hasn't slept since we cast up. Legrand must have taken and developed the photos himself. He even made copies and enlargements. He seems to be prepared for everything, with access to more resources than a normal detective.
صابر تدري مهارة فتح الأخبار كل سهلة. كل اللي تحتاجه أداة هاي الأداة مال فتح الأخبار تشتريها من أمازون وتضبط. لأن هي أصلا أغلب الأخبار مصنوعة مجرد شيء بسيط. يعني حتى ما تحتاج مشبك شعر.
A microscope. Looks like the one that Lutz Reichinger uses in his pharmacy, just more modern. There's nothing on the slide, and therefore, no. Another alarm. It was tripped at some point, but there's no way to determine when. Smells like chemicals. Legrand probably developed the photos in here. There are still fragments of the syringe that the inspector broke in the sink. Why is he pushing himself like this? Even if he catches the Raven, is it worth ruining his career and... Legrand must have taken them yesterday at the... Yes, that's how we found her yesterday. I think. I wasn't really myself at the time. No. Nothing suspicious. Yes. The spot on the sheet is much bigger than the one on the There's blood on the blanket as well. A lot of blood, I'd say. The blanket and the sheet are gone. I guess they're in the medical center. A rough diagram of the ship. Legrand marked the Baroness's cabin. Seems like he didn't turn up anything else of note. This photo provides an overview of the crime scene. Shot in her sleep. She didn't feel a thing. She went to... There's nothing written on... I suppose Legrand... A master. Forensic teams used to placing increasing importance on the preservation of evidence. But not in Switzerland yet. It's a small lab used... All right. What? Half of the tools in this box will be interesting for an archaeologist. Actually, forensics and archaeology are really quite similar to each other. The goal is to find out what happened, whether a few hours ago or a few centuries ago.
صابر يحتاج لنا عدة اللوك بيك مال جيل فالنتاين.
Good lord. Good lord. Good lord. A small glass bowl for mixing What's this? Oh, how a hermetically sealed cotton swab for I'll take it. This is some kind of inventory list for each and here's a list of the fingerprints. I don't have to analyze the pillow and feathers to determine the booklet will be Fingerprints are overrated. Smart thieves wear gloves. Oh, I'm sure Legrand could work magic in this out. For forensics in the woods or the open country, I suppose. No use on a ship.
يا والله حسن هسه شفت ما تشوفني جاي اضحك. بس اهم شيء اليوتيوب يرسل لي اشعار انه هو نشر شيء بعد يوم كامل. يعني باكر الصبح يدز لي اشعار انه حسان نشر على اليوتيوب.
I shudder to think what kind of side effects this stuff might have. A policeman on a murder investigation should have his wits about it. The risk that he could miss evidence or endanger himself and others is too high. Legrand's file on the Raven, centimeters thick but totally useless. We're not dealing with the Raven. Why can't he see that? Our man is ruthless, a bomber and quite probably a murderer.
أني توني انتبه إنه صار لي 4 ساعات بالبث. بس شنو مستمتع باللعب.
This file belongs in a museum. It's history. The inspector should concentrate on the present. This is the pipe from the cargo hold. Legrand seems to have inspected it. No, nothing to see on the end of the pipe that they...
من خلال الخدوش، إذا الخدوش على ظهر الرصاصة إنه لازم تكون متشابهة. لأي سبب؟ لأن كل نوع مسدس يكون داخله نوع من البصمة. لأن داخل الماسورة مع المسدس تكون اكو ميكانيكية معينة أو نمط معين يخلي الرصاصة شنو صار تقطيع؟ لا تقولها. لا صابر مشاريش منشور تحشيش. المهم كل ماسورة مسدس داخلها نوع من النمط على مود يخلي الرصاصة تلف وتخرج بشكل دوراني، وهاي تكون بصمة لكل مسدس وتخلي نوع من الخدوش متشابه على كل انواع الرصاصات اللي تخرج من المسدس. عادي صابر، هذا التقطيع خلصانين منه. إذا بدأ يقطع زيادة هاي يعني لازم أوقف البث لأن مرة صارت.
Okay.
كلامي صح لو
need the second bullet for a comparison. All right.
لا صبر، هذا كل انواع المسدسات، خاصة اللي بعد الحرب العالمية. بعد الحرب العالمية الأولى. شوف راح يقارن الخدوش. كان الخدوش لأن لازم الخدوش تكون متشابهة. خدوش متشابهة يعني نفس المسدس. وهي الفكرة انه هذا الرصاصة لما تخرج بدون عملية دوران راح تكون مو متوازنة، فلازم الرصاصة تخرج ويصير بها دوران حتى يصير بها عملية جايروسكوب وتوازن. لازم نلقى الخدوش المتشابهة ونوازنها على الأغلب 3 خدوش خدشين هذا.
That's the proof. Whoever shot the Baroness also fired the shot in the cargo hold. What could that mean?
طبعا هذه المعلومة تعلمتها من كونان ومن مسلسل ديكستر، واتذكر لعبة قديمة عن التحقيقات الفيدرالية كنت تطابق بيها بس ما اتذكر وين لاعبها. كان بيها مقارنة بصمة الأسلحة. لا صابر، مو ضغط الهواء، اللي هو يسموه جايروسكوبيك افكت، التأثير الجايروسكوبي، يعني دائما اي شيء يدور بشكل سريع يكون متوازن.
I always wanted to do that. That should be enough.
حد يفوت الغرفة هي سفردحي ما حد يجيك.
I can't put the pillowcase under the microscope, but I don't need to. The burn marks are visible to the naked eye.
ليش يتحرك نص الغرفة حتى يسولف؟ بلود سامبل.
I don't think I can analyze the sample optically. Good Lord, which are... A small glass bowl.
اي صابر هي بيها عناصر بوينت اند كليك في اغلب الالعاب اللي حتى يسهل عملية البحث. سوردني وين افحص الدم؟ وين هم واضح
Both bull. That me. A fact. The cotton picked up traces of blood from the Baroness's bed. Hopefully enough to test.
هو جاي يسوي استخدام نقطا على
Good Lord, which of... Good Lord. Good Lord, which of these... The cotton picked up traces of blood from the bear. I'm sure that the pillow was used as a silencer. If Legrand doesn't want to hear about it, that's his problem. Dr. Gebhardt, something to...
The Beast Inside. يمكن شايفها عند حسان بس ما جاي تجي اللعبة. وكل لعبة أنا مرة ألعبها اسمها The Wolf Within. كل شيء ألعب هذه اللعبة بس المشكلة ما عليها تخفيضات ويمكن أصلا محظورة على الستور. The Wolf Among Us. The Wolf Among Us. هي مو عندنا على جزء ثاني لها. حسن هاي اللعبة The Wolf Among Us من نفس مطورين The Walking Dead التيل تيل يمكن استوديو اسمه تيل تيل. يعني هي لعبة خيارات وقصص. The Beast Inside سعرها $28 بس عليها خصم 85%. يعني شكل هذا الخصم دائما يسووه.
Mr. The book of... I shouldn't... I should... لأنه غريبة رغم النجاح اللي حققته ألعاب ذا ووكينج ديد وذا وولف أمونج أس ويفلس. The cotton picked up. Some of the down feathers I found in the vase are singed.
طبعا انا دائما الالعاب اللي ما اتابعها كامله عندها سنه اتابع هيك اول نص ساعه من المقطع واطلع. contradiction. حسن هاللعبة اللي ذكرتها شكلها محظورة على الستور الإماراتي.
I'm sure. Hello, Matt.
Hi there.
Matt.
What?
Here's your slingshot back.
Really? Thanks.
You're welcome, but you should put Constable Oliver on the list of people who'd better not see it.
I understand. Don't worry, I'll be careful.
Good man. I have to leave again.
Sure.
I'll let him... Miss Miller?
Yes, Constable?
I wanted to ask... Could you perhaps tell me how to analyze a blood sample?
Me? No, I'm afraid not.
I just thought, since you worked in a pharmacy during the war...
In a dispensing pharmacy, not in a hospital. I'm hardly suited to a career in a hospital. I faint at the sight of blood.
In that case, I won't bother you with this anymore. I'll be seeing you, Miss Miller.
Constable?
اكو لعبة اذا تعرفوها اسمها Observer System Redux، شغل بلوبر تيم، واحدة من احلى العاب السوالف اللي لعبتها، وهم بيها تحقيق بسيط. بس التحقيق حتى تفهم القصة، مو حتى تحل لغز، او التحقيق حتى يوديك الاماكن ثانية باللعبة. ثواني اكتبها.
I don't...
الكهرباء قريب ترجع. هذا انطفاء نظامي يعني مو عشوائي.
The cotton picked up traces of blood from the Baroness's bed. Hopefully enough to test. The death of...
المشكلة طولت كهرباء. ورجعت الكهرباء.
I'm sure that...
شوف هو فحص الدم على بهالخانة جاي يعطيني استخدام، بس داخل هذه ما جاي يعطيني استخدام. أنا أسوي هالحركة
Good lord. Which are...
لا ماكو استخدام.
Wasn't there something about blood fingerprints? Well, it explains how to confirm that something is blood. That's a start. You have to mix luminol and a hydrogen peroxide solution and then drip or spray the mixture on the blood. The solution turns blue and glows even if there's just a very small amount of blood. Okay then, luminol... Aha! Aha! Okay, I'm filling the pipette and putting it down very... So, let's see what we have here. No blood. Not the slightest reaction. If I didn't make a mistake, and it wasn't that difficult, then the spot on the Baroness's bed isn't really blood. But if it isn't blood, what is it? And more importantly, why didn't Dr. Gebhardt notice anything? He was supposed to have examined everything. I'd say it's time to visit the medical center. The Baroness lay in a pool of fake blood. What does that mean? And why didn't Dr. Gebhardt notice? It seems impossible that Dr. Gebhardt could have shot the Baroness. He was with me when the gunshot ran out, but he must have noticed that the Baroness was lying in a pool of fake blood. Maybe he's covering for someone. Let's find out.
على أغلب مش مو ميتة.
The sink looks like it's been cleaned recently. I can't say whether it was cleaned to comply with the hygiene regulations or whether there was... A tape on a reel. The reel belongs to a much better player, like the one from the Baroness's cabin. I can't be certain that this is the reel that was missing from the Baroness's cabin, but it seems quite likely. I guess the trash bin is in... Right, paper towels, plastic... Hold on. What's this? A burst rubber glove. It's knotted, and there's a red liquid all over the inside. I bet good money that it's the same fake blood I've... Dr. Gebhardt will have trouble explaining how rubber gloves full of fake blood got into first the fake blood he missed in the Baroness's cabin, and now this. It doesn't look
كل
good
شيء
for you,
حتى الأدوات اللي
Doctor.
استخدمها عليه هذا الدم المزيف.
That's proof. I should report to Legrand. A tape. Maybe Doc. Okay. Nothing. Strange. There. Very interesting.
وصوت الطلقة الثانية كان تسجيل مو صوت حقيقي.
A shot is audible on the tape, and the reel comes from the Baroness's cap. It's probably for emergencies, in case a passenger falls down and can't walk anymore. Possibly due to rough seas, or maybe the captain's well-stocked bar.
زين ابحثها اشوفها ميتة عايشة.
Time to pay Legrand a visit. No.
No, don't.
نو هسه يلا خلص الشابتر الأول. فهمت في إذا ما تحصل أي بروجرس في اللعبة أو في اللعبة واطلع خذ راحة.
Why couldn't you just leave it be?
اللعبة شكلها مطولة بس احتمال الشابتر الثاني والثالث سريع أو يكون أحداث أكشن تحقيق أقل.
Why are you doing this to me?
والله حسيتك أنت أساسا من البداية.
You and the Baroness.
أول ما رجعت شفتك أنت اللي سلمت الكابتن الكوب المسموم أكدت منك.
Don't you understand what you are forcing me to do? You don't have to. It is almost over. You won't feel thing. I am sorry you have to see all this. I should have used more chloroform.
يلا بما انه الشابتر الاول خلاص خوش وقت نوقف بعد ايش قد كم ساعة 4 ساعات ونص. يلا حسن وصابر واشوفكم على خير. اشوفكم على خير ببث سعودي. ما ادري لسه اسوي بث. انا تعبت. ولما شفت كلمة شابتر اند اوف شابتر 1 تعبت اكثر لان كل هاللعب شابتر 1. الله يعطيكم العافية على الحضور. ونشوفكم بالقادم.